Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Mad Lads Live. Got a brand new series here for you guys. We are officially here with the intro episode of One-Armed Toji. So this is going to be a brand new series, doing a bit of a semi challenge run. The idea of it is that we're going to be using one character with a handicap, and the handicap is being that he has one arm, and I will not be replacing that arm with cybernetics. We have one character, no party members, solo run. We may be using bounty hunters on occasion if we need to, but for the most part, I'm going to be running just solo. And then in addition to running solo, we're using the Sentient Sands mod, which allows us to interact with and talk with NPCs. We tested it on stream a few days ago, about a week ago. And yeah. Hello, the Burned Man. Hello. Welcome. So we're going to be using the Sentient Sands mod as a way to supplement the playthrough. You know, one of the things that we figured out during testing is that it is not something that I would necessarily like work an entire playthrough around right now. But in terms of using it to supplement your active playthrough, I think it's absolutely stunning, fantastic. So we're going to be using the Sentient Sands mod to supplement our playthrough. So we have our character here, Toji. I have not left, obviously, the character creation screen. What I did do in advance, however, was I gave him his own custom backstory, so that will be implemented into the game as well, the profile editors, so everyone knows who he is and all of that stuff. One last thing, actually, I need to do is I'm going to create a new campaign. I'm going to call it the One-Armed Toji. One-Armed Toji. And so this will be the new campaign. So everyone will have fresh character profiles that are made. Everything will be nice and fresh. Their memories will be wiped. So this will be a brand new campaign for it. So, all right, let's go ahead and get started. Yes. So we start in the border zone. I made a custom start for this. So we start out with, well, no weapon, drifter's equipment, mercenary equipment. The goal for this playthrough is to do a bit of a mercenary run, right? We're going to be doing a mercenary run. And the end goal is to hunt down and capture all of the bounties in the game, or all of like the main bounties, because obviously some characters spawn with random bounties on them, but all of the important bounties within reason on our faction. So our character is a bounty hunter. We currently have 0 money to our name, bad martial arts, and no weapon. So we need to get that sorted out ASAP, because right now we are not going to be in a good. This is not a great way to start. We are not in a good spot. Not in a good spot. I don't think we're going to be able to convince anyone this early on, especially with the fact that we don't have a reputation, nor do we have an arm. I don't think we're going to be able to convince anyone to give us a weapon. So in terms of what weapon I plan on using, I'm kind of split. One side of me says maybe we should use like a katana or a hacker, like anything along those lines. And then the other part of me is like, maybe I should run martial arts and be a one-armed martial artist. I'm not really certain yet. I may end up leveling both. But I think in the early game, the plan is just to kind of run with whatever I can get my hands on. Whatever I can get my hands on in the early game. It's interesting seeing Kenshi run so much better than when I was doing my my last Let's Play series, which was the Star Wars series, because there's not the entire game being changed and tons of stuff running in the background. And Sentient Sands doesn't seem to use a ton of processing power, so I'm excited to see how it goes in the long term. Speaking of bounties, do you use any bounty-related mods? I do sometimes. In this current playthrough, the only thing that I use that's like a bounty-related mod would be weapon dissemination, because it adds in new weapon types, and there's usually a bounty that is associated with each of the Maitao weapons. The Meito, each of the Meito weapons that are added in by the mod. So I have to correct my verbiage, because I've been saying Maitao for 5 years, and I recently learned that it's not correct. It's not Maitao. It's not Maitao. It's not Me Too. It's actually Meito. Isn't Tin Fist a bounty? Yes, he is. I don't know who Toji's gonna side with though. I don't know what factions he's gonna lean towards. If he's gonna be purely independent and he's just aiming for bounties, because like all of the faction leaders have bounties on them too. I'm gonna kind of let the story unfold and see how it goes and see who he ends up siding with. I'm not really sure yet. Yeah, we're not really sure what good old one-armed Toji's going to end up siding with. Good old one-armed Toji. Although right now he's just Toji. He hasn't earned a fancy moniker yet. We should actually probably head down this way. I'm gonna see if I can find some starving bandits that I can kite over and get a weapon. We got to get my boy outfitted. He has his right arm, so he can still use one-handed weapons as long as they go in the hip slot. So he should be fine in that regard. But we got to get him a weapon first. He needs to be armored. And once we have a weapon, we can start moving. I gave him pretty modest stats in the beginning, just enough to where he can like do basic stuff. So I gave him a 15 with a variation of 3 plus or minus. Am I stupid? Where am I? Oh, okay, yeah, I am stupid. It's supposed to be over here. I'm supposed to be going over here. Yeah, so I gave him 15 in all stats with a variation of 3, so he could be either plus or minus 3, which ended up giving him, I haven't actually looked at his stats yet, 16, 17, 12, 14, 17, 13, 13, 12, 17, and then a minus 2 perception, which I guess, like he's going to be using it anyway. Always loot the Shek runes when I start near the borderlands. Yeah, so I think Toji's initial advance here is going to be that he heads down south towards the Shek Kingdom, and he ends up working, building his skills, fighting like the Band of Bones and all that stuff. I think that's probably going to be the way that we start out his playthrough. Hey, Primer, what's going on? What's going on? Nope, we got some dialogue. What happened here? Little new rumors going on. Okay, rumor has it that once empty outposts around the border have been overrun at night. Wildlife now prowls the wolf den. Bandits stake the Triangle Hunters camp and Dust Bandit camp. Well, the ancient labs have been claimed by the tech hunters and the Second Empire alike, turning the frontier into a chaotic free-for-all where no traveler can trust a shadow. Interesting, so things are happening in the border zone. Good to know. Things are happening. We need to avoid, slave traders and all that stuff. See if we can find an army of starving bandits. Find all them. Also, I shaved my face today, which is something I haven't done in literally. I've trimmed it down to like stubble, but I haven't actually like been baby faced at all in like probably 5 years. And this is it's weird. It's weird. It's very weird. But I need something new. I needed to change things up, and I figured I'd make my make my face look a little bit closer to what my profile picture does again. I've been busy, but I can finally tune in again. Listen, you picked a great time to pop in, Primer. Brand new series. Brand new series. We're using Sentient Sands. All right, so I'm going to pop in here and see if I can ask anyone for some rumors about like where we might be able to get a weapon on the, like a quick, easy weapon. Trade ninjas. All right, so we're going to go ahead and ask. There we go. All right. Greetings. You wouldn't happen to know where I could get my hands on a weapon, would you? I am broke at the moment, so I'll take the shittiest quality you can point me to and see what it goes. See where it goes. All right, so it's going to take a minute for the initial one to propagate. I've noticed that first one, anytime you either talk to a new NPC or when you first load in, that one takes a minute. Cheap steel knives are all I have. Rusted but can still cut. They'll cost you a few cats. I need to actually increase the duration on that. Dynamic. Where's the bubble life? 10. Save. Okay. How'd the wife react? She was okay with it. She's always fine when I shave my face. I'm bald, so when I shave my face, that's the closest I can get to trying something new with a haircut, right? Like I don't get to have haircuts, so she's fine with me just like screwing around with my beard and like shaving and doing whatever I want to do. Hey, Hero, I love your content. Keep up the good work. Hey, Red, it's been a while. I'm glad to see you. Been a while. Thank you much. Thank you much. Okay, so cheap steel knives are all I have left. Rusted cut that cost you a few cats, but it's the cheapest I can spare. I don't have any cats. I don't have any cats currently, what if we did an IOU situation? I'm good for it, I swear. I'll even take a rusty pipe. I doubt this is going to work, but no cats, no trade. Bring me a spare bandit insignia or a crate of scrap, and I'll give you a blade later. Yeah, I'm not going to get shit from him. Understandable. Understandable. I can't expect someone to just hand me over even a steel pipe when I have literally nothing on me. So we're going to have to get our hands on some money somehow. Figure out how we're going to do that. Obviously, I mean, we could always mine copper for a minute, at least until a squad of bandits or something comes around. So let's hit that up. So we'll mine copper for a minute and see if anyone shows up in the interim here. Yeah, it looks like we've got a group of people headed this way. Triangle bandits? Yeah, okay. So they're coming our way. We may end up having to run because they have high bleed. But if we can head over here, we can have the trade ninjas fight them off for us, and we can at least take some of their weapons, sell the difference, head back up to the hub, and then go from there. Once we have some equipment, we can start making our way down to the... Once we have a weapon of any kind, we can make our way down to the Shet Kingdom and start fighting there. Who are you? What's the backstory for Toji? So I actually have Toji's backstory pulled up over here, and I'll read it to you because it's supposed to be it's in his character profile, but I obviously don't have the character profile. Like the character profile doesn't show very well on screen because I copy and pasted it from my Word document. Okay, I will go ahead and read my character's story to you. So Toji's backstory. Toji was born in the dusty slums of Stack, forgotten child of the United Cities who learned to survive while staying invisible. He lost his left arm at the age of 17 when a noble guard... Now, mind you, I made this very short. It's like 10 sentences long because I didn't want to overwhelm the system or anything like that. I just needed it to get the point across and have his story be in there. So it's not as detailed as it would be when I was, if I was writing normally. Anyway, he lost his left arm at 17 when a noble guard punished him for stealing a piece of bread. The blade severed his shoulder in a public lesson to other beggars. Robotic limbs are common in Kenshi, however, Toji refused to replace what was taken, as the empty sleeve will serve as a permanent reminder that the strong will always prey on the weak, giving him a little bit of personality. He turned to bounty hunting after his older sister was taken in by slavers, a tragedy that left him with nothing but rage and a battered katana, which he eventually also had to sell to make ends meet. With only one arm, he has begun his training to relentlessly develop a brutal fighting style that will compensate for his disabilities, with relentless aggression and dirty tactics. Toji speaks rarely, trusts very few, and his years on the fringe have been stripping away any softness until only the hardened shell of a warrior remains. And that's all we got. That's all we got for now. So I wanted to leave it kind of open-ended, right? I didn't want to leave it as I didn't want to give him anything too definitive, but I wanted to give him a nice, like, open-ended story, very clear cut, and all that stuff. So he has some issues with upper authority, which is why he runs solo. Doesn't trust anybody, which is why he runs solo. And he doesn't replace his left arm out of pride because he knows that the world is cruel to people. And as a result of that, he doesn't want to he feels that it would make him weak to replace his arm. It would be a sign of weakness. All right, so they're headed towards us. Good. We move, we move, we move. Perfect. There is some slave traders here that'll actually attack these triangle bandits for me, which is good. Nice. So they'll attack them. They should attack them. Come on. Triangle bandits attack everybody. All right, well, the goats are defending me at the very least. Head out in here. Nice. Trade ninjas are doing their thing. Love it. All right, so one of them is down. That's good. We can come take his weapon, and that will give us at least something that we can use. And his medical supplies. Stunning! Oh, nice. There's more. There's more. Can't lose what you don't have. That's right. That's right. The world is going to treat him poorly, okay? He knows that. And so because he knows that, he's not going to, debase himself by giving a new arm that's just going to end up being taken away. So There we are. There we are. All right, so we're going to go ahead and deal with these guys. Hopefully we can take them with the help of the trade ninja. Oof. I have better armor than them, though, but we are outnumbered. All right, cool. What's your opinion of the mod so far? How stable is it? In terms of stability, totally fine. The AI does get a little janky sometimes. You know, Harvey's working on it. He may even pop in the stream tonight. He's popped in a few times recently. But it works well. It works well enough. It works well enough. All right, we're going to try and... Gotta keep Toji alive here. He's got really shitey equipment right now. We're just trying to keep things moving. Hopefully these guys will be able to take them down without much of an issue. And we're going to loot as many weapons off their bodies as we can, because we're going to be selling them. That arm's not going to be caught slacking, that's for sure. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We're gonna get our boy built up here. Although he has taken quite the beating already. Quite the beating already. But that's fine. Totally fine. But no, so it's a really good mod. There's definitely limitations to what it can do. You know, it's not all-encompassing. There are some really cool things you can do. You can get people to give you things, sell you things, join you, leave you, attack people within reason, all of that stuff. So there are some cool things that you can do. Rumors will spread about you. Reputation means a bit more, you know, all of that. So there is a lot of really cool stuff that you can do, but it is not all-encompassing, which is why I think that this particular like mod is not one that I would center your entire playthrough around. Excuse me. Instead, I would use it as which is what I'm doing now. I'm supplementing it, supplementing my playthrough with it. It's not quite there yet, although Harvey is working on some stuff. He's taken some every time he's popped in the stream. He's taken some feedback on it. You know, I think he's taken the feedback. So, what's Toji's goal? Survive in a bloody world or something else? He's a bounty hunter. So the end goal for the playthrough is to survive, and basically he's gonna solo capture many of the the bounties in the world. And I think the end goal is gonna end up being either to grab Catlon. Is probably to grab Catlon. You know, the ultimate. I mean, Catlon's kind of the ultimate bounty to hunt for. So. Yeah, I think his end goal is to become like the ultimate bounty hunter, which is going to require him to take Catlon. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and take these guys. Get bopped. We're gonna be selling all of this stuff. Hacker class refitted. Is that what I have here? Yeah, refitted. So we're gonna sell a bunch of these things. That's the bartender. Don't want to hurt them. I do need to get some medical kits because currently I am going to be bleeding out very soon if I don't get taken care of. So we're gonna get some medical kits. Come on in here, heal up. All right, heal ourselves up. Rest up. And then we'll head back to the hub, sell this crap off, and we'll go from there. I am going to do me a solid, and I'm going to start to build a little bit of relations with some of these guys. For the assist with those bandits, I don't think I would have been able to handle them alone. And I'm going to just kind of head back to bed. Don't owe me anything yet, Drifter. Prove you can survive the rigs, and we'll talk. All right. Well, appreciated. Those little things like that are important. All right, because from what I've seen in the communications, so here this guy's name is Ronnie. Little things like that are going to be important because we can add slight relations with people, and we can start to make them our friend. And people will have a positive opinion of us. So I want Toji to be a kind of character where he's a drifter and he's a loner, but people have a good opinion of him. Usually. He's reliable. I want him to be the kind of character that gets the job done. I want them to look at him like he gets the job done. And I want them to treat him with a degree of reverence in the fact that he's going to be a successful bounty hunter. So as he moves through the story, my hope is that characters will start to recognize him as being a successful bounty hunter, which is cool. Plus, with the Sentient Sands mod, I can actually talk NP, like I can negotiate the bounties on my shoulder. I can go up to the guards and be like, hey, bounty's 50,000, but I just took him in solo. It took a lot of work to get him here. I had to run super far. Maybe you give me an extra 10,000 because of all the work that I put in, you know, like stuff like that. So that'll be cool. Also, we can ask about rumors and follow things around. Just the added level of communication, I think, is going to be very helpful for the playthrough. So I'm excited to see how it goes. I am excited to see how it goes. Oh, man. All right, so head is almost healed up, and then we'll go back. Stuff like this is so cool. It makes me wonder what the future of gaming will look like. I think that, like, with Kenshi in particular, you know, obviously everyone's got, like, their opinions on AI, and I'm not really going to get into all that because it's just not a conversation I feel like having. Just on the whole, it's just a messy conversation to have because there's good in both sides there's good arguments on both sides in my opinion. But with that being said, I think that this is a good use for it, right? Because it's not like you're using people's voices without their permission. It's not like you're using anything in terms of like stealing or anything like that. Like it's just creating dialogue and giving a little bit more life to your characters and stuff. I think that's a really unique concept and a really cool idea. And again, it's not like there's voices to the characters of the game, so you're not really like doing anything in that regard. Like it's safer in regards to things like copyright and stuff like that. I think that's cool. It's safer, it's more respectful. There's, you know, less risk of you know, doing something, you know, nefarious, I guess. I keep taking hits to the head, man. I need a helmet really bad. This guy down and take his helmet. Again, Toji's fighting one arm. So, god damn, dude, they keep hitting me in the face. They keep hitting me in the face. They're aiming straight for the head. Thankfully, I got a bleed weapon. So nice. Just keep battering it. If we can take this guy down, we'll take his helmet because that's going to be useful. You have too pretty a face for a fragment axe. We also can't, I don't think he could lift a fragment axe. Good evening, hero and licensed and accredited Mad Lads. Hello, Eric. Welcome. Always love the start of a new series. Very exciting. Good old Toji. God damn, dude, he's battering me. God damn. If we're gonna be able to do it. AI should be used for jobs. No one wants to be used, and nothing creative. The robots should do yard work and laundry while I play video games, you know? Fair enough. Again, it's not really one of those things that I want to talk about too much. But you know, I think that, like, this is this doesn't hurt. This is not hurting anybody, right? Like, I don't think using it for purposes like this is really hurting anybody. I guess is my main point. Some people are obviously just going to be like, it's using AI at all, so it's bad. But like, I think this is a fair, safe use. Not hurting nobody. It ain't hurting nobody. Not this one anyway. Not Sentient Sands. Nice thing to watch while on my first. It isn't too cold to walk home after work walk. Hell yeah, dude. Love myself a good walk. Oh my god, we've almost got him. One or two more hits, and we can knock him out and take his helmet, which we need desperately because. There we go, you bastard. All right, we're gonna take that. You rat bastard. Okay, well, that's that. We're gonna heal ourselves up just a little bit so we don't you know, bleed out. We head back to the hub to sell our stuff and hopefully get a better weapon. The rasted, that's what I'm saying, the absolute rat bastard. And we have a hat now, which is good because they kept hitting us in the face. I don't want to be hit in the face. Not a great place to be hit in the face. Not over and over again, anyway. To sell all this crap that we have in our inventory and hopefully get a better weapon. My aim is, I'll probably end up going with the katana for now. Oh, shit, let's help them out with this guy. Got those trade ninjas helping us out. Give him a hand. Knock him right the fuck out. Good. Like the ASDF movie. I'm gonna punch your face in the face. Dude, ASDF was my shit in high school. My freshman year is when it really started to come out. That's really funny. You're being mugged, son. No, you're being mugged. It's funny. It's funny. Funny. All right. Not a Tachi. A guardless katana. That could be good. We just need a little bit more money. This is not bad, though. What flavor? Pie flavor. Oh, man. You guys are making me feel old. You guys are making me feel old. Yeah. This guardless katana could be good. Could be real good. It's refitted, 0.6. Gives us a +6 to attack, though. That's really good. Really good, really good, really good. Defense goes down, but that's fine. We can supplement that. How are we doing on health kits? Not terrible. Can you carry bodies? I think we can because we still have our right arm. Let's find out. Hold on. I can't carry anyone with this arm. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we may end up having to figure out how we're gonna do this with just one arm, turning in bounties and whatnot. We may end up having to hire a toady. We may have to have a toady. Their whole job is to carry people. Yeah. Very interesting. Okay, I didn't think this through, but we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure it out. Take the foreign saber. Actually, that's an interesting one. Yeah, maybe the foreign saber would be a good idea. We are gonna have to figure out the carrying bodies thing. I did not think this through, but that's fine. We'll figure it out. We might have to take on one companion for the sake of carrying bodies. Okay, we do need a little bit more money for the foreign saber. It's fine. Foreign saber is pretty damn cool, though. All right, we need to go rest up again, as we do. Trade ninjas, yeah. Head back down here. Call your toady Butterbot. Indeed. Indeed. We'll have one toady. It'll probably, honestly, a skeleton will probably make the most sense. We'll get a skeleton toady. And we will, put him on block passive. He doesn't fight. He's purely block and passive. I thought you had that carrying bodies thing figured out. No. Nope. 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 Didn't think that through. Didn't think it through. For some reason in my head, my thought was that if you still had one of your arms, you could do it. Because, I mean, you can really take one arm and throw it, like one, with your right arm and throw him over your shoulder. Like, it's not going to be that bad, but apparently not. Apparently the answer is no. Big fat fucking no on that. Big fat no on that. At least you'll get a toughness, bonus toughness XP. Indeed. Indeed. So we're going to have to hire a toady at some point. Oh, there's more weapons here. Guardless katana. Oh, shit. We might be able to actually grab this one. 29. Yes. Fantastic. All right. We'll actually buy this meat back, and we're going to use that for, food. Stunning. Okay. We have a katana. We have a weapon now that actually does semi-decent damage. It's old refitted. It's, 0.58, but it'll do. Better than what we were running. Or a robot friend for a silent friend. Indeed. Indeed. Except he's not so silent. I mean, he does talk. Just, I'm the one that tells him what to say with sentient stance. So. Okay. We're going to go ahead and rest up, and then we're going to head down to the Shet Kingdom. And we'll go from there. We'll go from there. We're going to have to fry some of this stuff up. I'm going to try to do this really, like a really thorough playthrough in the sense that, like, I want to stop and camp. I want to, cook our own foods. Like, I want to try and avoid, I want to try and avoid stopping in and staying in towns too much other than to, like, rest up and stuff. I don't even know if we're going to buy a house or anything. We might end up having to store our loot and drop our crap off, but that's really about it. It'll just be a storage facility, basically. They're just beating up these starving bandits. Fair enough. Have you tried the pipe weapon models mod? I have, actually. If you go and watch the dwarf playthrough or the Nugget Mafia, I had it on that entire time. I've done two whole stream series totaling, I think, 40 episodes, 42 episodes between the two of them. I'm pretty sure you can carry bodies with one arm just as long as it's not the left arm that's crippled. Well, it's funny that you say that because the left arm is the one that he's missing because you can't use weapons if your right arm is crippled. So maybe I should have made him be missing his right arm and made him a martial artist. Maybe we should have made him missing his right arm and made him a martial artist. But, well, it's done now. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We're going to have, like I said, we'll have our one toady that doesn't do any actual combat. They're purely just there for blocking. We'll make them a defense machine so that they can carry our bounties for us. No big deal. But they don't engage in any actual combat. They're like a squire. They're like our squire. We'll have a squire. Love it. Love a squire. Love a squire. Alright, so let's head south now down towards Squin. And we're going to have to make our name for ourselves down there. What about Holy Nation bounties? This is the Kenshi jank I came for. Indeed. Indeed. What about Holy Nation bounties? What do you mean in regards to what about Holy Nation bounties? Butterbot Esquire. Indeed. We're going to have a squire. And it's going to be awesome. Oh shit, things are happening here. Slave traders are getting knocked the fuck out. Apparently is what's happening here. These guys have bound. Did they start a fight in the town with the trade ninjas? What the hell happened here? I mean, I guess it's not really any of my business, but I am curious to what happened here to a degree. Wild stuff, guys. People just getting their asses handed to them left and right. All right, look at you now. 4 series. You're making a difference in the world. I'm proud of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we're on to series number 4. My God. If you're live and I'm awake, it's a sign that I fucked up my sleep schedule. Hello here. Hello everyone. Hey, Turtle. What's going on? Going on. Not worth it. These samurai boots are worth it. Take those. Nice. Any other things laying around that we can take? Couple corpses over here. Couple bodies. Body. Oh man, Holy Nation hates robotics carrying bounties with a prosthetic or a skeleton wouldn't work out well. Oh, you're right. No, that makes sense. Maybe we should have Ruka be our toady instead. Oh, that would be kind of dishonorable to her. Hey, Ruka, you're being relegated to just our toady now. You're just carrying people. Yeah, we do have to worry about Holy Nation bounties. You're right. You're right. See, this is why we have chat, guys, because sometimes I don't think about these things. Yeah, we are with this katana. Should be a little bit better now. Yeah, a little bit faster, able to move a little bit quicker. I think the katana is a good way to run in addition to martial arts. I think we'll end up doing both because the katana gives us the ability to, like, offset our natural lack of skill with speed. Right? We can be quicker. We can be fast, absolutely fast. How much is shoddy? It is 133. Gives us decent coverage. I think eventually we'll switch out, but we should be fine here. If you end up in Mongrel, you get Crumble John as a toady. Crumble John would be a funny toady just because he's, you know, got gamer back. Just because he's got that gamer back. He would be a funny toady. We could have Beep be our squire. Squire Beep. Squire Beep, anybody? A one-handed samurai. Where did you hear that? I mean, I guess I'm watching Hell's Paradise with my wife right now, but I don't think that has anything to do with it. Probably not. And we could have Squire Beep. He's a defense machine. He's a little guy. Good old Squire Beep. Mongrel, Montreal, my solder correct. Indeed. Indeed, good old Montreal. Ray for Squire, that's true. Yeah, guys, let me know in the let me know in chat who you guys think I should make the Squire for Toji. Someone that can carry the bounties. They're just basically gonna be a block machine. Their whole job is to block, purely on non-combat. They're there to carry his stuff and carry his bounties. Cyber Beep is legit running 53 miles an hour on my save, by the way. Jesus Christ. You're an absolute animal. He's an absolute animal. Yeah, we'll have to get our way to Mongrel, but I think, yeah. Be a good time. So yeah, I'm thinking just for giggles, man. It might be Beep, you know. Strength training is going to be a bitch. You can't carry bodies, use heavy weapons. Martial arts, well over encumbered, or a high tier long cleaver will be your best shot. My thought with strength training would be to load up a backpack with stuff. Granted, it does decrease your total weight, but if I throw enough heavy stuff in there, we should be all right. Yeah, it'll be good. We'll be fine. And we have okay strength at the beginning. Like we've got 15. It's not great, but it's a decent starting spot. We'll figure it out. We'll be good. It's good. It's good. I've done entire runs in game in Kenshi before where we didn't level strength almost at all. So I think we'll be all right. I think we'll be all right. It'll be good. It'll be good. We'll make do. That's what we do. We make do. All right, let's head down south. Let's head down south. We'll make up for it with our raw abilities. Raw ability. Our strength with the katana. I'm going to have to make allies with the shinobi thieves, too. They're going to be super helpful for us pilfering goods that maybe we shouldn't be pilfering. And dealing with all that stuff. And we're also going to have to level up our stealth and assassination because we're a one-man crew. And because we're a one-man crew, there's going to be times where we have to, go about things more carefully. So we're not going to be able to just fight our way into every situation. We're going to have to take stealth into account. And potentially, take out some characters via stealth. But I'm not going to, however, do a cheesy stealth build. Like, in terms of, like, building up my stealth and leveling my stealth. I want to do it legitimately or as legitimately as possible. So, we're going to make it work. We're going to make it work. Because, again, the whole point of this isn't just to have a playthrough that's easy. It was meant to be a bit of a challenge run, right? It was meant to be a bit of a challenge run. I think that... Oh, Casper! I'm sorry I missed you the first time. Welcome, comrade. Welcome. Don't mind me and my min-max. Like, it's compulsive. Yeah. Well, so one of the things that I've noticed in Kenshi's, like, general overall... like, the overall narrative that a lot of, like, playthroughs do is, like, they'll start out with a handicap, right? Like, look at, like, a Tor solo run, right? It starts out with a handicap. And then it very quickly, they're like, oh, okay, we have no limbs. And then within the first episode, they go get legs and arms, and then it's just a normal run. It's not a difficult run. I'm not doing a full-on challenge run in the way that Frankie does, where it's like I can only use a bone dog, or I can only, I'm using one character, and it's, I have heavy restrictions or anything like that. But I wanted it to be a run that throughout the entire course of the playthrough is a continuous thing that I have to think about. Strength leveling will be harder because he doesn't have his left arm. He can only use one-handed weapons in the hip slot because he has his left arm. I mean, his right arm. I'm not bringing along anybody else for combat, so if I have a toady, they're going to have to be in the back. I'm outnumbered because I have my population setting set to 2, which means there's double the number of NPCs. Sometimes I'm going to have to go stealth. It's meant to be a continuous challenge through the entire run, not just a challenge at the beginning that I can eventually overcome. Instead, it's overcoming the challenge by, working around it instead of working through it, That's my thought on that. All right, so we have 2,000 cats right now. I think Tora the Gutless is going to be the first bounty that we bring in. But we're going to need to do a bit of training in order to get that far. Let's head into the armor shop and see what they have. Yeah, so the whole point is that it's not meant to be optimized. It's meant to be tough. Toji, kind of close to my name. Oh, it's Toki. Hey, Toki. Hiver limbs only is a good way to limit strength that I use. Indeed. Oh, good man. I've been gone for a while. Missed a lot. Been busy. Probably will remain busy, but I'm always here in spirit. I know. I'm just glad to have you pop in at all. Most challenge runs do not carry over to the mid-late game. Yeah, no, that's kind of one of the things that I've noticed, that I wanted this run to be one that lasts, you know, a longer period of time. Oh yes, I forgot that I had this on, and I'm stoked about it actually. Yeah. These are really cool. This is probably one of my new favorite mods. It adds in new samurai armor. There's different types, and it can be dyed, which is good because I have the Dyer's Guild on here, and I want to give him his own unique like color palette. Type 1 is the light armor variant. Okay, can be dyed, can be dyed. We'll probably go heavy because we're gonna have to make up for the fact that we don't have that we're not gonna be as combat capable. I thought Toji was gonna be a JJK reference. No, I do like Toji. Toji is actually probably my favorite character in JJK. But no, I did a randomizer on the name and it gave me like 5 or 6 different names, and Toji was the one that stood out. And I was like, you know what? Toji works. It was either Toji, Sig, or Sigurd. I was running on one of the 3, and I ended up settling on Toji. Hatred Maker has been putting in some good work for Kenshi. Dude, I agree. These mods are crazy. They're absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Okay, so I think we're gonna go with oh, this one is the light armor variant. It doesn't affect combat speed, which is kind of important. One here that can be dyed that doesn't affect combat speed, because that's kind of where I'm. It's type 2. 3. Type 1, can't afford it. Ugh, all these ones are 3,000, and we don't have 3,000. Toe jam, that's what I'm saying. Them toe jams. Gotta get them toes. Not dyeable though. Can be dyed. Yeah, we look for the ones that can be dyed. That's the other part of it. Type 3 can be dyed. That'll do. It's shitty quality, but that's okay. That's okay. We have 1,200 left. See what else we got. Can these be dyed? I don't know if these can be dyed. This is alt or normal dyed. Yeah, I don't know if these can be dyed. The boots. I don't know if they can be dyed. Type 1, 12. Yeah, we'll take it. Actually, you know what? Let's get the rope variant. I think the rope variant will look cooler. Type 1 alt. That'll do. That'll do. Nice. One-handed mercenary and a beep. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we run with the classic. We make beep our toady, and we pop in. Oh, sweet. Hello. Thank you very much. Ad Noctum raid. Welcome, comrade. Thank you very much for the raid. Sincerely appreciated. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Stoner Fuzz followed. Hey, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you very much for the follow. Okay, so we've got the start of our outfit. We're going for full samurai at a concert right now. I hope the stream is going well. Thank you, Dustin. Much appreciated. Hey, Hero, dig your YouTube videos. Thank you very much. I've got more coming. I put out a short every day of the week, every Monday through Friday. I put out Kenshi Coliseum on Saturdays, and I've got 3 new long-form videos that I'm working on right now. And a documentary, but that one's far off because that's gonna be like an hour and change. So a lot of stuff coming. Want to throw in my voice for my bud Stubbs Mamuso. Oh, Stubbs! I believe Stubbs is the half Scorchlander, half Greenlander. I don't think I've used him in a while. Indeed. All right, so far I think the the going plan is either Beep, Crumble John, Beep, Crumble John, Stubbs. Or I think Griffin would also be a good one too, but Griffin's kind of got a warrior thing. I kind of want somebody that would be willing to sit in the background, kind of hang back a bit. I think those 3 are the contenders right now. I would also say Ruka, but I don't think I can do that to Ruka. I don't think her personality would mesh very well as a toady. Hey, sit back, hold my bags and stuff while I go do all the fighting. I don't think that would work. Oh, man. I don't think that would work. All right. All right, we're going to head down to the way station. We're going to get some of our combat training done on the Band of Bones, and Tora is probably going to be our first bounty. And we're going to take advantage of the fact that right now our strength is low, so we're actually going to be building an okay amount of strength slowly with the encumbrance that we have. Could go to the UC and get L's, perhaps. Indeed. Indeed. Give Stubbs some gristle flaps, and he'll do whatever you ask him to. Where is Stubbs located? It's been a while since I don't think I've ever recruited Stubbs, and it's been a while since I've seen him. Where's he located at? Deep with this mode, a dream come true. Indeed. Indeed. Good old beeps. Good old beeps with this in the swamp. Okay, getting to the swamp. Oh, actually, the swamp's going to be probably a good spot for me to go. Stubbs is in Mongrel. Shark. I don't know. I'm thinking Shark. You want a human. You want to befriend the Holy Nation. I think... I don't necessarily know if I want to befriend the Holy Nation, but I think I want to be able to operate in Holy Nation territory without a big issue, right? Like, I want to be able to go in and out of Holy Nation territory without an issue. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's going to be a part of it. These guys can attack me. I can draw aggro. There we go. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That was quick. Holy shit. Knocked right out. Thought I could at least... I thought I could at least aggro, and that didn't work. All right, well, Toji, get on up. Good toughness training, good buddy. Jesus. If you can get your Holy Nation relations high enough with them, they'll ignore your robot arm. I'm not going to use a robot arm. I'm not going to use a robot arm. That's the whole thing. I will not be replacing my left arm. Ew, can't afford the bed rental. That sucks. Okay, how are we going to do this? You can't send a Skelly or a Shek lady there. Yeah, so it's probably going to have to be a human. Although, technically speaking, we can bring a Hiver with us. We just have to tell them that they're our slave. So there is that. We do have to tell them that they are our slave. But, yeah, I think another human will probably end up working best just for the sake of being able to operate within Holy Nation territory. So, something we should consider. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. My first bounty, I'm actually going to try and... I'm going to try and convince one of these that mercenary here to see if she wants to join us for the fight. Yeah. Hello there. Gonna go full Obi-Wan for a minute. No left arm, you'll be all right. Go swamp really early so I never have to go back. So it's possible he's in Shark. Indeed. Indeed. All right, so we're gonna take a minute for this to actually reply. Or did she reply and I missed it? No, not yet. Come on, Priscilla, don't be a bitch. Come on. Talk to me. I hear you are you are the head of the mercenary. Oh, hold on, you are the head of this mercenary group. Is that correct? Question mark. All right. What is this? Some chat GBT thing? Yeah. So it's sentient sand. So it allows me and NPCs to communicate with each other, and I can actually negotiate with them. I can buy things from them, get them to sell things. I can, have them give me things. I can threaten them. I can have, relationships change, dialogue changes. I can have them follow me, have them recruit into me, all that stuff. Just a blade that's useful for the guild. Fair enough. I am a bounty hunt. Hold on, I'll cut to the chase. I'm using it to supplement the playthrough. All right, so fair enough. I'll cut right to the chase. I'm a bounty hunter here, looking for Tora the Fearless. I have reason to believe she is located south of here. All right, let's see how the response goes. I'm gonna try and get her to join us for the attack on Tora the Fearless. I can point you in the road south, but a map like that costs 100 cats. You misunderstand. I misunderstand. I don't need a map. I need bodies to help me take her down. I wanted to propose a team up. You and your guys come with me. In exchange, you keep any loot you find, and I will split the bounty with you. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Do you know what the LLM, the creator, the mod creator used? He made his own. It's called Player 2. Yeah, so it's the Player 2. Yeah. Harvey may end up jumping into the chat. Like I said, he's been on my last couple live streams. We work for coin and honor, not empty promises. Bring 200 cats up front, and we'll lend our blades. Okay, so I got to bring 200 cats up front. The loot's yours after we hunt. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, so we got to find... I'm going to see if I can sell some stuff off to get 200 cats. 200 cats is a fair deal. 200 cats. Boomski. Good to go. Deal. 200 up front. Up front. Let's go. Let's go get Tora. All right, let's see. Hopefully that works. Fine. Hand over the cats and we'll ride with you. All right, I lost 200 cats. She should be following me now. All right, so she's with me now. She's going to join my squad temporarily. I'm going to have her help me fight. And so we're going to go down there. We're going to fight the bounty together. And then after this is over, I'll dismiss her. So she's going to temporarily join me for the fight. 200 cats, not bad. But she's going to keep me alive while we get things moving. Does she have... She does. She does. I was hoping that the entire mercenary squad was going to join, but there is limitations to the engine. Sometimes it doesn't always work. Sometimes it doesn't always work, but we're going to have her run in and take the majority of it. Toji is currently actually pretty messed up, so we're actually going to... Shit. Actually, real quick, we need to get him healed up. Yeah, we need to get him healed up. We need I think 200 cats for the bed, right? Yeah. How much do these sell for? 76 a piece. We're one cat short. Are you kidding me? Fair enough. Okay, so we're gonna have Toji rest up. We're gonna go up there. We're gonna fight the Band of Bones. Have her act as the primary attacker. Put her on taunt, so she's going to assist us. And then after we're done with this, we'll have her leave the party. I was hoping she was just going to follow us, but the LLM apparently thought that we wanted her to join the squad. It is what it is. That's fine. Like I said, we'll leave. I was also hoping the entire mercenary group would follow us, but that's, again, it's fine. We'll take what we can get. We'll take the help we can get. She's got good stats. She should be able to hold her own against them. At least to some degree. The goal isn't to wipe out the Band of Bones. It's to, take out Tora. So we'll focus her. We'll have Priscilla here do the taunting, and then we'll focus her. Once Toji's healed up. My man's a little weak right now. He's a little weak right now. And then once we head back to the town, we'll see if I can get more for the bounty. We'll try to do a little bit of haggling. We're almost there. Almost there. Plus, we can get some good gear we can sell to make up additional profits. And if worst case scenario Priscilla dies, we can always just loot some of her equipment and sell that shit off too. Kind of harsh, but this is Kenshi, you know. Toji's here for himself. This is a partnership. I mean, this is a temporary team up, not a partnership. All right. We're almost ready. Very expendable. Very expendable. Very expendable. All right. Off we go. Down to fight the Band of Bones. Our partnership is now moving. Our temporary alliance, our team up. So she's on taunt. She's way stronger than I am, so she's going to be taking the brunt of this. Band of Bones is already starting the fight. Kotaro's coming in. All right, so Toji, you're going to hang back and let Priscilla take the brunt of it. And I'm going to have you jump in and help on the side. We're going to have you circle around. Can you mess with the mod to get Tin Fist or something to join your party for cheap? Yeah. If you can convince him. But every character has their own profile. Here, I'll give you a brief rundown of how it looks. So this is Priscilla. Every character has their own personality and backstory that are developed by the randomly generated by the mod. And all of these things are important. In terms of how you communicate with them, how they deal with things. So Priscilla is a disciplined, stoic warrior who values honor and combat above profit, yet she secretly craves recognition from her guild for her skill with the Wakizashi. Makes sense. She's using a Wakizashi. She is part of the mercenary companies, so she's in the mercenary guild, and she clearly values honor and combat above profit because she just chose to team up with me for a low amount of money, which would explain why she was willing to do that. Very helpful. Born in the remote outpost, Priscilla survived a brutal raid by bandits that left her clan scattered. She joined the Mercenary Guild to hone her samurai training, earning a place as a reliable frontline fighter while searching for the missing survivors of her village. So she seems like a generally nice person. And, we'll work together on this whole thing here. But after this is done, we're going to split up. But she'll remember all of this conversation. And if we run into her again later, she may she'll talk about the things that we had done in previous when we worked together. Additionally, she may spread rumors about our time working together, and so the story of Toji will grow and he'll actually become famous as rumors and stories begin to develop in the game about his exploits. As he becomes a more successful bounty hunter, the world will actually respond to him, which is really cool. Really fucking cool. All right. Toji, dude, you're taking too many hits to the head. Why do they keep attacking his head? All right, one Band of Bones is giving us this much of a problem. This may be a tougher sell. Yeah, he's fuck, man. He's really fighting. He's refusing to go down. Dragon, what's going on? Goddamn, Toji, come on, get it together, man. Yeah, this is going to be a tougher sell for sure. We're actually going to replace our cloth shirt with that. Yeah. A little bit of coverage, a little bit of fist protection, attack damage effect. Yeah. We'll do. Our martial arts is garbage at the moment. That's fine. I don't think we can use the frame axe actually because it's a back weapon. I think we can only use weapons that are hip weapons. That's fine. Toji, go ahead and give her one of the med kits. It's temporary. Every time you say Toji, I'm doing a double take. Some people mispronounce my name and call me that. Well, no, yours is Togi. Genuinely one of the best uses of an LM I've ever seen. It's so damn cool. It's really cool. It's really cool. All right, so I'm actually going to talk to her and see how she feels. We struggled to take down one of these bandits. Do you think we stand a chance against the brunt on our own, or should we use hit and run tactics? All right, let's see how she responds. I don't know if you can actually talk to characters in your party, so that's something that we're experimenting with right now. Oh, you can. All right, hit and run will wear them down. We have we have the steel for a frontal strike, but choose the path that keeps our blood on the ground. Keeps our blood on the ground, not theirs. I don't think that makes total sense, but I understand what she's saying. Okay. I see what she's saying. All right, so hit and run's probably the way to go then. Hit and run's probably the way to go then. So she is a lot sturdier than we are, so she's going to distract them. I think that's the way to go. She distracts them. So we're going to have her run out. She seems pretty smart about this kind of crap. She's a frontline fighter. That's what they said. So she's going to run up here, draw their attention. Oh, they're coming up to heal. Yeah, there we go. Tension's been drawn, so she's pulling the full aggro now. We got to get Tora in here, because Toji is going to start looting bodies, I think is probably the best way to go. Even if something happens to Priscilla, we can go from there. I own the game, but I'm overwhelmed with how vast and complex it is, so I haven't started my first run yet. Here's what I'll tell you. Your first run, word of advice from someone who is... I've had this conversation with many a Kenshi players on the podcast. I've had it in private. I've had it on stream. Everyone hates Kenshi after their first run, because you're going to do terrible. You're going to do terrible. Everyone hates Kenshi the first time, and then you realize that it's been a week and you've already sunk like 60 hours into the game every time, and you're like, oh my god, this is incredible. I've never had a single person tell me that they loved Kenshi after their first run. Every single person was like, I tried the game, I hated it, I tried it again, and then I was 100 hours in and I don't know what happened. Every single time. Happens every time. All right, so Priscilla's down here fighting him off. She is doing well. She's doing well. Some of them are coming up after Toji. He is not ready for that. He is not ready for a one-on-one against this many. Priscilla, head on up here. She's gonna start slowing down. Who came up here? Leaf, Band of Bones, 32. She is much stronger. I am trying to get my boyfriend into Kenshi. Boyfriend, best friend, not sure. Into Kenshi, but he won't budge on trying it after his first day. Indeed. Play a skeleton and train toughness so you can mess around. Indeed, that's probably a good way to go. My first run was the man and his dog run, and it did not go well. It did not go well. All right, Priscilla, head on out of here. Yeah, we're going to need more firepower. We're not equipped currently to do this solo, which makes sense. Boyfriend, got it. Okay, just wanted to clarify. You know, I don't know. I don't want to assume anything. I want to clarify. Well, best of luck, and the first try is always the shittiest. Just tell him that. First try is always the shittiest. You can show him this clip. Show him this clip. Listen. Dragon's boyfriend. The first clip is always the shit. The first try is always the shittiest. Okay? It sucks. You're going to get absolutely massacred the first go round. You're not going to know anything about what you're doing because the game has no tutorials. It's absolutely difficult. I understand the hesitation, but listen. You got to power through. Powering through is the most important part. Once you reach that point, okay, you get to your second playthrough, you make day 5, you don't get absolutely wrecked, you get your first win. Oh, fantastic. Absolute peak. Next thing you know, you've wasted 100 hours. God, dude, the bots right now. The bots. Absolutely crazy, man. We got clankers afoot. Clankers are afoot. Okay. I still think the slave start is deceptively the easiest. Indeed. Okay, so that did not go quite as well. I think we need backup. We are gonna need backup. Got any mercenary friends back the station who might help us out? See if we can get anybody else to help us out. We can call a few into the guilds, but it'll cost 50 cat per blade. But they'll follow our lead. Perfect. Let's go. Hell yeah. How many blades do you need? Each will be 50 cats. On our performance just now, I'll say at least 4. 4 blades will be 200 cats total. Yeah, I know that. I can do math. God damn. Okay, well, let's go up there and see if we can recruit some of our friends. We'll get them in the party, and then we'll try again with some backup. Because that did not go as well. I was hoping that she would be able to kite well enough for us to do something, but we need a couple more. Play the game normally for your first few playthroughs. Min-maxing with optimal training can suck the fun out of the game. I agree. Sometimes the best parts of the game are when you let the game just suck. You know, I was talking to somebody recently about this. I had a playthrough where I had a character lose. So I was doing a Holy Nation run a couple of years. I think it was like 2 years ago. I was doing a Holy Nation playthrough, and the playthrough's premise was it was a old Holy Nation soldier, and he had his two daughters, right? And the daughters wanted to be warriors, but Holy Nation doctrine won't allow them to be warriors, so they still followed the Holy Nation doctrine, but they operated independently from the rest of the Holy Nation in like their own unit per se, right? And one of the daughters actually ended up losing one of her arms, and obviously they're following Holy Nation doctrine, so like I could get her, you know, industrial lifter arms and give her some extra extra damage and make her, you know, crazy strong, but instead I said, you know what, she lost one of the arms that was important, so I was like, you know what, instead of giving her a industrial lifting arm and maximizing her damage or any other kind of limb, I'm going to keep her as having one arm and just make her a one-armed martial artist, because the Holy Nation would not replace their limbs with cybernetics. So I ended up making her a one-armed martial artist, and it added to the roleplay and made the story feel good. And on top of the story being, you know, feeling good after that, it also just made the playthrough more engaging. And she ended up being a badass too, which was really cool. It was really, really cool. Hell yeah, dragon. All right, we're gonna sell off this this fragment axe, 1,000 cats. So now we should be able to follow the word of these mercenaries. Avi. I feel like I missed something. Maybe. All right, we're gonna see if we can get some of these Shek guys to some of these bounty mercenaries to join us. So, all right. This is Avi. Avi, I am here with Priscilla. She hold on, she said you would join us on our bounty hunt for what she said. She said 50 cats. We could really use the extra blades. What do you say? All right, so we're going to see if he honors the deal, because Priscilla said we could get them for 50 cats apiece. We got to see if they're willing to honor that. They do operate independently in the guild, so it's kind of up to him to make that decision. So we're going to see if he's willing to honor that agreement. Peer pressure all your friends in Kenshi, no mercy. That's what I'm saying, dude. Get everybody to play it. Peer pressure the shit out of everyone. Kenshi for days, man. It's literally my job. It's hopefully going to be my job soon. Half 100 cats is not enough for a Shek's blade. I want 150 cats before I join you. Jeez. Fine, 150 it is. Fine, 150 it is. Come on. So he should be joining us for 150. We got to get a couple more people as well. All right, so we got Avi. Let's see if we can get you as well. What about you? Now, the other thing, too, is there's 3 different types of discussion that you can have. You can whisper, where only the character you're talking to will hear. You can talk, where characters in the immediate vicinity will hear, but they will not speak on it. They'll just record it in their own data, so they'll remember. You can reference conversations with other people. And then you can yell, where everybody in the area will respond to what you're saying. So I'm going to say, what about you? You want to join our hunt as well? Exploit his Shek pride. Don't pay him anything. Yeah, you don't get no fucking money. But we're going to ask Lydia now, see if she wants to join our hunt as well. I could swing my blade for the hunt, but it'll cost you 250 cats up front. 100 cats. Priscilla is a much better fighter, and she cost half of what you are asking for. 100 cats up front to join, and you can keep any loot you find. See if we can get her to join for a little bit less. You're bargain like a cheap drifter. I don't cheapen my steel. 250 cats or you find your own fights. You guys keep... you know, actually, I can respect it. I can respect it. Deal. I can respect it. Fair enough. So, 250 cats there. Who else can we get? And mind you, we're going to dismiss all these guys after we're done with our bounty. I have a feeling he's going to be more expensive. Is there anybody else here that we can take, maybe? Ooh, the skeleton might be useful. Let's head on over and talk to him. You want in? You want in too? See if he gets it. Get the skeleton in here. We need at least 2 more, I think, and then we should be able to at least mount a decent assault against them. Because just Priscilla, she was getting overwhelmed. We also have, what is it? We're in Kenshi, so there's 5 combat slots, so we need to have at least a couple of numbers on us. But honestly, if I can get a good number of mercenaries for low money, we'll take it. We'll take it. So the first time you talk to any NPC, the dialogue takes a minute. I can lend my saber, but my steel isn't cheap. 200 cats up front, and the loot's yours after the hunt. 200 works for me. Let's go. All right. 200 works for me. My goal is that if I can get all of these guys for like 1,000-ish cats, we're going to get 10,000 for the bounty on Tora. We'll make our money's worth between loot and the bounty. Everything we've spent is we're making back easy. So we still got 620 that we can spend. We do need some food, so let's grab some food. We don't have a lot of money, so we'll just take some meat. Good here. All right, we have 300 cats left that we can spend. Who can we grab? Who else can we grab? You know what? I wonder if there's a Leviathan hunter upstairs. We can take him. Leviathan Slayer. Let's see if we can grab him. He's pretty tough. He seems pretty tough. Oi, Leviathan Slayer. Interested in joining our hunt? Question mark. Let's see if we can get him to join. He might end up asking for more than we're able to. I don't know what his dialogue is, but he'd be exceptionally helpful. If we can get him for 300, that'd be fine. Again, we'll make that money back in no time. So, easy win, easy win. What's the price you place on the hunt, Drifter? I'll pay you 300 up front. 300 up front and another 200 after the bounty is turned in. Let's see. 300 up front, 200 after the bounty. 300 up front is insufficient. I require 500 cats now and 500 when the bounty is delivered. Does anybody have anything I can sell? Sell off some of their crap. Do business. We're gonna sell that. God damn it, we're running low. I need the food. There we go. All right, we got 500 now. Deal. 500 of yours and then share on delivery. Okay. Delivery, did he not join us? I think we may have just gotten robbed. Yeah, he didn't join us. Follow me. Sometimes it does that. That's the that's their stuff, not yours. I know. I'm gonna try and avoid doing that when I can, but It's fine. I'll trail your steps. Yeah, I think he may not have done it. This is one of the things that can happen with the LME, so you gotta be careful about it. But yeah, so all right, well, we've got four people. So we'll take what we can get, and we should be able to go from there. Priscilla's in rough shape still, which is not fantastic. Her leg is messed up, but it should be okay. She just can't run. We should be fine. You take the free dried meat. There's someone nearby. Some in the nearby campfire. Where? Over here? Oh, shit, son. Aw, damn. I had no idea. Take that. Hell yeah. Getting robbed like that seems very fitting in Kenshi. It happens sometimes. It happens. It happens. It's all, you know, part of it. It's all part of it. Fine. All right, we're gonna go down there. Hopefully, the four of them can, you know, handle the enemy. Her leg is messed up, but that's fine because she's on hold. I'm gonna put these guys on taunt. I want them to be the bulk of the combat. I'm mostly here for here to reap the benefits. I hired them to do a job. So hopefully the four of them can take them out. Or at least, you know, put up a decent fight against them, because they are comparable in stats. Like, you know, 27 is not great, but the 40 defense should be fine. Yeah, I mean, they should be okay. They should be okay, at least a bit. One of the few things I learned on my own. Everything else is from Frankie. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Frankie's the GOAT. We love Frankie. With these guys. Berserkers. Ah, shit. Try and dodge these guys. We don't want to start that fight. We will not win. We will not win. No. Come on. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's a fight we were not going to walk out of. What was that rumor that just popped across the screen? They say the way station has become a cat price mercenary market where the guild trades blades for felines. Ha! That's funny. Will a shadowy striker slips through the endless wolf bandit brawl. So, bone dog fights were happening out here, and it registered that I was paying mercenaries. But it's funny because I don't think that the LLM fully realizes that cats, that like money is called cats, and so it says trades blades for felines. That's funny. Harvey's working currently on refining some of the knowledge of the LLM, so it's not as dopey in some aspects. All right, so we're gonna let the four of them come over here and taunt. Do some taunting, some tauntilage. Intruders. All right. All right, so these guys are fighting now. I don't know how they're going to do, but we're going to see how it goes. We're going to put you guys on attack all. And we're going to see how it goes. So I hired them to do a job, so we're going to see if they can get that job done. If they take out Tora, then we'll go from there, but that's if they survive long enough to do that. They are probably going to end up getting swarmed. At the very least, we can grab some weapons and mercenaries. The LM is probably heavily quarterized, so it doesn't eat up all your system resources. Yeah, I mean, it's not being run like locally. It's being run through the player too. Like I'm not hosting it locally, so it's being run through a server. All right. So their fight is they're actually not doing terrible. The problem is that I don't think they're gonna win. That's fine. We're gonna run down here and have Toji join in. He's not completely incapable, and the weather penalty is gonna hit not just him; it's gonna hit them too. So, Toji, get in here and start combat, my guy. Okay, owie. Okay. He's putting work in. That was good. One-armed Toji's fighting like a beast. Okay, he's putting some work in. Now, I'm not even going to pay attention to them in terms of where they are combat-wise. Like, if they get wrecked, they get wrecked. My main thing, again, is Toji. He's our main character. He's why we're here. All right, we got a couple more that are coming our way. Toji, heal yourself up. Band of Bones are now hostile towards me. That's awesome. Okay. Yeah, so they are not in great shape. Did they manage to do any real damage? I mean, it looks like they hit a few of them, but they're healing almost faster than we can take them down. We may just need to build Toji up a bit more. Yeah. Yeah, we may just need to build Toji up a bit more. Okay, well, something we can do, because they are unconscious. This is fine. Yeah, hold on. We're just gonna stand here and watch for a minute. Toji is not an honorable man. He's a warrior. He's a warrior. So we're actually going to take advantage of the situation, and we're going to take his armor. I don't even feel bad about it. We're gonna mug him. We're going to mug him. And I don't even feel bad about it. And we're going to take that. Hell yeah. Hey, my favorite bald anime protagonist. How's it hanging? About to head to sleep, but I wanted to pop in and say hi. What's going on, Raiden? We are doing the beginning of our brand new series using Sentient Stance. All right, well, we just robbed our ally. Again, Toji's not an honorable man. He's a warrior who gets it done. I want him to have a good reputation as a bounty hunter, not necessarily as a person. He hired these guys. They got their ass kicked. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Didn't quite work out the way that he wanted it to. This is fine, though. I'm actually going to dismiss him from the party. I don't think he would want to keep working with us after that. Makes total sense. Oh, no. Toji is surrounded. And Tora's one of them. She's going to fucking wreck me. Move, move, move. Oh, yeah, that's going to hurt. Love it so far. I think I might do a playthrough with it. Is it save game compatible? Yeah, just do an import. Just do an import. Okay, Toji's unconscious. And he's getting worse. Have Lydia head over here. Heal him up while we have her. She's our temporary ally. Get the bleeding to stop at the least. Their fault for being stupid enough to accept in the first place. Pretty much. Pretty much. Okay, so we are getting better. Slowly. It is getting better. Alright, Toji's up. He's playing dead. That was kind of a bust. I don't think we're making it out of that one. Failed mission. We'll abandon our comrades, mostly because they were hired goons anyway. We tried our best. We tried our best. What are you gonna do? Something I can do is steal their shit and sell it, because that's, you know, that's what we do. That's what we do. Steal their shit and sell it. I like that one because it gives me a little more freedom of movement, I think. Yeah, it gives me a bit more freedom of movement, and I can still dye it. I do like the alt with the dye, like with the belts though. It's fine. It's fine. Anything else of yours I can take? Take that. He's not an honorable man. He's just a man. Carry the body to keep more loot. I can't carry the body because I only have my right arm, and you can only carry something if you have a left arm. We're going to end up needing a toady when we do bounties. We were talking about that earlier, actually. We're going to have one character with us that acts as a toady. purely block character, but we're just not quite there yet. All right, hopefully we can actually sell some of this shit off and get enough money to. Actually, where's the Dyer's Guild? There should be a dyer nearby. Paint shop. It's up there. Okay, well, we're gonna have to hit that at some point. You're shoddy. They're both shoddy. Okay. Okay, boss. Okay, boss. I wish you could just put people and animals as prisoners. Me too. Me too. Zep. The Drifter Zep. Interesting. One sells more. 557, 609. What are the coverage on these? 28, 14, 28, 90, and then 10, 22, 90. We should probably go for maximum coverage at this point in time. We'll switch it out eventually, but maximum coverage at this point in time. And we're going to diet, too. We're going to go diet. But right now, we're going to sell this crap off. And we're going to have to start working up on getting our strength up there again. Gotta get strong. Gotta get strong, guys. Gotta get strong. Maximum over strong. That's what the Cage Beast was for till it got cut anyway. Yeah. The Cage Beast is badass. The only reason I don't use the Cage Beast mod is because, like, the mod that adds in the Cage Beast is because I don't like a lot of the other animals it adds in. Like the ogre beak thing and all that stuff. Not a fan. Not a fan. Not a fan. Oh, man. Well, does, anybody have any lore questions while we're waiting for Toji to recover? Always good to ask. Anybody have any questions about the lore? Anything like that? Anything people want to know? Any questions about the history of Kenshi? I'll answer them the best I can. Gotta figure out who is running the mercenaries now. Ooh, shinobi thieves. Pack hunters. Have enough to hire him. You just edit the mod, shouldn't be that hard. I mean, yeah, but I'm already busy with a lot of other projects. All right. How you doing, Toji? 78. Let's go talk to you. Hire more bodyguards. 2,000 a day, 1 day minimum, no returns. Interesting. What in the ever-loving hell is King Gurgler? He just wiped my strike force. Well, he's a normal Gurgler, but he's bigger and stronger, so he's an alpha Gurgler. It seems like he's probably a separate race of Gurgler, to be honest with you, because it seems like there's like the difference between the normals and the alphas is in pigmentation, right? And so I imagine that it's like it's not a hierarchical position in the sense that he is their leader through tribe. His species of Gurgler, his subspecies of Gurgler, is that of a leader, right? So now when we take that into account, we can assume that there are multiple species of Gurglers. It's not the byproduct of like a social hierarchy. It's a subspecies, right? There are Gurglers, then there's a subspecies of alpha Gurglers, and then there's another subspecies that has an even fewer production rate of king Gurglers. These are the really big ones, right? And so because there's a subspecies of them, we can assume there's probably other kinds of species, which makes me personally think that they are I like to think that the Gurglers are one of the actual natives of Kenshi. You know, I'd like to think they're actually one of the natives of Kenshi. Because the lab that they're in is a First Empire lab that would have been underwater during the time of the Second Empire. So my thought is that basically when the water levels rose, they started living inside that lab. Like that particular group of Gurglers started living in the lab. And as the water levels started to go down a bit, and the land started to come out, they basically just, washed ashore or came on land. So this guy gurgles. Indeed, the dwarves had a bit of a disagreement with the King Gurgler once. Oh yeah, just a little bit. It was a massive war that lasted for several hours out of game. The siege of the Fishman Isles. Yeah, yeah. Some animals do drastically change in certain situations, like locusts, for example. Indeed. Indeed. Yeah, I'd like to think that that they are they're one of the native species of Kenshi, you know? They're one of the few species that I think actually, like one of the few denizens of Kenshi that I think actually has a chance of being the native species, a native species of Kenshi. Most of the ones that are on Kenshi, I don't believe were native. The gurglers are ones where I'm like, oh, you know what, maybe. Me and him have permanent beef now. This was my first good run where I could properly leave the Shecklands without being one shot. That'll do it. That'll do it. Just wait till you meet the Southern Hive. Just wait till you meet the Southern Hive. You're in for a treat. You're in for a treat. Shit. Okay, we need a little bit of money. Ugh, excuse me. We need a little bit of money so we can hire the last of those mercenaries. We're gonna go down there and try again. I'm assuming they're still down here fighting because every time they get up, they're gonna get attacked. They're hostile. Oh no, they're just. They're not. They're not. They're probably either dead or wandered off. That's fine. What's happening over here? Triangle Bandit? I think we can take a Triangle Bandit. Oh shit, this one has really good stats. 43 with a bounty of 4,000. Actually, we can take him in. We can take him in. Let's see what we can do. I'm gonna try a level of diplomacy against him. He's weak, but I'm gonna try a level of diplomacy against him. All right. I'm gonna yell to him. You there are wanted in these lands. Stop what you, right there, and you in peacefully. Resist, and I will, resist, and well... Okay, let's see how he responds. I don't think he'll win. No, he's got really good stats, which is why I'm going to try this diplomatically. If not, I'm going to kite him towards the way station. But I'm going to yell. Did I yell to him? I think I yelled. I did, yeah. Okay. He should hear me. There he is. Okay. You speak soft words, Flatskin, but my horn knows no peace. Step back or feel the edge of my horn. Yep. Yep. Fair enough. Well, we need to haul ass back to over here because he's going to hurt me. He's going to hurt me bad. He's actively hurting me. He's actively hurting me bad. Oh, no, he got knocked out. Cool. This Shek is really hard tonight. Sentient Sands. This is the Sentient Sands mod. All right, we're going to take you. I'm going to take your coat to sell. Always use a good coat to sell. And then we're actually going to heal you up just enough. Actually, shit, I can't carry him. I need a toady. God damn it, I got to get this toady thing figured out real soon. Do my own injuries first. Yeah, I got to get this toady thing figured out real soon. How much money do we have? Go find a toady, guys. I need one immediately. Worst case, they die eventually. Oi. Talk to him. We're gonna pause it. Oi, fancy some work as a pack hand. Pays 300 up front. No combat. Just hauling cargo. See if we can get him to join us. I just need someone that's going to be able to carry bounties and stuff, because right now we don't have that. Wonder if you could pay him in food since he's starving. I might be able to, actually. Gotta wait for the... Okay, 300 caps up front. I'll haul your cargo and keep my blades clean. How about I give you some food? Have some, what do I have? Dried meats? I have dried meats. Yeah, dried meat. Okay. I have some dried meat, and you look hungry. Fair trade drifter, hand over the dried meat, and I'll give you 50 cats for it. Better deal. I give you... Hold on. I give you the meat, and you work for me as a pack hand. That was a good call, trying to use the meat. That was a good call. Hand me the meat, but I expect the 300 cats we agreed upon up front. God damn it, he remembers. 200 in the meat. And we have a deal. See if I can talk him down with the addition of the meat. I'm not cheap enough for half that price. Hand over the full 300 cats and the meat, and then I'll haul your cargo. Please. Fine. I screwed myself by not starting with the meat. Deal. What the fuck, man? He took my dried meats. He took both of them. You motherfucker. He took my meats and the money and enjoyed me. You bastard. This happens sometimes. This is one of the bugs with the system. Harvey's working on it, but this does happen sometimes. God damn it! I should have just paid him the first time instead of trying to argue with him. God damn it! God damn it! Fine. All right, I gotta find somebody else that I can offer to come with me. Pack hunters, Jubei. Up here, they will join me. Isn't there a command? Oh yeah, you know what? There is a command for it. You're totally correct. It's /join, I believe. There we go. There we go. You're right. I totally forgot about the debug commands. All right. So block, hold, passive. This man is not a fighter. He does not engage in combat whatsoever. It's not why he's here. This guy's in a recovery coma. That's fine. We're going to go pick his ass up. And we're going to head back to Squin. Turn in our first bounty. And we're going to see if we can get a little bit more money for him. See if we can get some more money for him. So, we're going to try and coax the guards, the police captains there to give us more money. Is this an AI mod? It is. It is Sentient Sands. It adds the ability to communicate to NPCs. What are your rules for the playthrough? The rules for the playthrough is that I am not... so it's primarily a solo playthrough. The only reason that I have this guy... I'm allowed to recruit people temporarily for specific missions, right? So, like I did earlier, I can recruit people to help me find a bounty... help me deal with a bounty. So whether I hire them as bodyguards or they temporarily join my squad for the bounty, once the bounty is completed and the bounty is turned in, I have to immediately remove them from the party. They are there as temporary allies, and that's it. Additionally, I only have my right arm. I am not able to replace the left arm with cybernetics. My character he refuses to do it. He will not do it. It's a pride thing. He won't do it. So he's one arms only. Lastly, I only have pretty much primarily solo. I'm not going to base anything anywhere either. The only reason that I have this character here is because with my left arm missing, I am not able to carry the bounty. So I need to have somebody that can hang back away from the battlefield, come on in, grab the bounty, and then leave. He's basically going to be my pack mule Holy Nation must love this man. I mean, just because I don't use cybernetics doesn't mean necessarily that he's like pro Holy Nation. Toji operates independently. He operates independently. He doesn't side with any particular group or faction or anything like that. He's here for the money. His refusal to use cybernetics is a byproduct of his backstory that I have written and actually in the game, because you can give your characters backstories. So I gave him a long, good backstory, although it appears... Oh, hold on. I'm looking at Ares' backstory. That's not correct. Hold on. There we go. God damn it. Hold on. Well, it appears to have muddled my backstory. How annoying. I'll have to fix that in a minute. Anyway, he's got a backstory that justifies why his arm is gone. Effectively, he is... he kind of understands the way of the world. You know, the strong will crush the weak. Those with power will use it. He's kind of, you know, all that stuff. And he views the loss of his arm as a reminder of that. And so he's not going to replace it with a cybernetic, because he's not going to rely on anyone or anything to get him ahead. Especially not one of those. So it's kind of like a memento. It's a badge of honor. It's something that he wears to remind himself of his creed as he continues to fight and travel. So that's all that it is. It's not that he's anti-robotic limbs. He's just anti-robotic limb for him. You know? He's anti-robotic limb for him. Go turn this thing in. Turn this bounty in. Total on it. You own a 4,000. So let's see if we can get a little bit more. Not an anti-skeleton. Yeah, he none of that. None of that. He's in it for the money. That's all he's for. He's in it for the money, and he's in it for the pride of successfully completing a hunt. He's here for the challenge and the money. Here for the challenge and the money. That's all. He wants to prove himself as a capable, competent warrior. All right, let's go see if we can negotiate with these Shek about maybe getting a higher bounty on this guy. I also think that he's gonna be a bit of a smartass, right? Because right now he doesn't have a reputation. Because you know the game hasn't given him a reputation yet. So, I'm gonna try and basically convince them that Toji lost his arm in the fight, and so they should compensate him additional for the difficulty of the bounty, even though that's not true. Eventually, the loss of his arm will be common knowledge amongst the populace. So, you know, there's that. All right, so, boy, I have with me here a wanted man. Bounty is listed at what was it? It was 3941. 3941. I was had to put some serious hold on, God damn, I can't type. Serious work to get this one. Lost my arm. How about we settle at 5,000 for the bounty on him? Is this the beginning of the journey? It is. It is. Does this mod add some kind of reputation system, or is it based off the base game faction relations? Both. Both. The price is far beyond what I'm willing to waste on dead weight. I have no need for his head. There's a bounty with the Shek Kingdom. I'll take 4,500 for him. The price still exceeds my needs. I'll pass on this dead weight. 4,000 even, final offer. Can you convince them to join permanently? You can. 4,000 is not worth my steel. I walk away. Jesus Christ. Fine. I'll take the 3941. He just refused to work with me. I'm not surprised, though. The Shek are probably such a pain in the asses to negotiate with. So are the Holy Nation, because they're so rigid in their beliefs. Oy vey. But yes, it adds both. So the reputation is both it's a combination of your actual deeds, which are recorded in the in-game menu. So the world events log will actually keep an eye on the things that happen throughout the game. Things may spread depending on what you do or what other people do. These aren't just you; they're the world. Also, every individual NPC that you work with has a dialogue library. So Priscilla, she has a +6. We did some work with her. Copies every piece of dialogue that we have. All of our relationships are there and like noted. And in the future, if we run into her, she will reference previous conversations that we've had. She'll also, during her time, because the NPCs will actually communicate with each other outside of us talking to them, they'll communicate with each other. They'll tell stories about what we've done too. So as the longer you play on a character, and the longer you play with a faction or in a playthrough, the more word of your like story will spread, and eventually there will be rumors about you. There'll be urban legends about you. People will talk about you, and it will be referencing things that you've done. So and also as a byproduct of them referencing it, you may lose trust with factions. Your reputation with factions may change. The way people treat you may change. You may get attacked on sight for a faction that you've never even interacted with before that would otherwise be, neutral or good towards you because you pissed off people earlier in your playthrough. These are all things you have to consider. But yes, this is the beginning of the journey. This is episode 1. Episode 1. Toji is still a fledgling bounty hunter, still getting his feet wet, as it were. Lo-fi games should consider putting something like this in Kenshi too. It's really cool. Would be pretty cool, but I think that it's still very experimental. There's still a lot of issues with it, and the other thing too is that you run the risk of the AI muddling up the lore. Because even though it does have an understanding of the lore and it does try to keep things as straight and coherent as possible, it does make mistakes. It does make mistakes, and those mistakes in a lore concept could really translate to some issues with, especially people like me who operate and my entire channel is basically discovering the lore. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. So I don't necessarily know if I would like it to interact in that way, but I do think it's it's a really novel and cool concept. Very, very novel concept. A new weapon would do us some good. Ours sucks straight ball. Straight ball. You are on block. We're gonna keep you as martial arts though, and your whole job is dodging. That's all you do. Mooncleaver is one-handed. Last I checked. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning on staying with either a katana, martial arts, or something along those lines. The other thing too is I'm pretty sure hip weapons are guaranteed as one-handed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure hip weapons are guaranteed one-handed. Pole arms, heavy weapons, all that stuff are no's. This katana would be nice. This guardless katana. Longsword would probably be good too. Gives us a little bit more defense, less armor pen, but the added defense would really balance out our stats in general. Hmm. Hmm. Always tough. Always tough to see. We're gonna have to get mighty strong if we want to take on the Band of Bones again. We went down there last time and it didn't go very well. Although we could probably hire some people this time, hire them legitimately, not the way we have been. We could always take a normal. The blood loss is higher on the guardless katana though, and that would be so is the attack, but the defense buff is a problem. It's lighter, which is good. We want to keep a relatively low equipment load as we go on. Right now we're pretty hefty, so we're getting our strength training that way, but it is going to cost us long run. Melee attack bonus -10. Maybe we should replace this samurai armor with a lighter variant. We had a lighter variant when we sold it, but now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, maybe the -10 is too much. Get over to the armor shop first. And then also we're going to head over to the Dyer's Guild too. And we got to get Ares a backpack. All right, is there a lighter shirt variant? Probably not. This is the Shet Kingdom. They don't believe in fucking shirts here, do they? No, why would they? Why would they believe in shirts? It's fine. It's not fine. It's not fine. No shirts. Not a single shirt. Bastards. Not a single shirt. Ugh. I'm not surprised. All right, well, we got our bounty. So actually, here's an idea. Let's go into the bar here, hire some people, and let's go back and try to deal with the Band of Bones that way. There any bandit group, any mercenary groups in here? No? Let's try the other one. Try the other bar. I can't believe he wouldn't even give us like an extra like 50 cats. His bounty was 39 something, and we offered him 4,000. And he was like, no, that's too much. Rat bastard. Absolutely ridiculous. Cheapskate, that's what that shit is. Cheapskate. I do wish when you recruit a Shek you can remove the horns. I mean, you can if they give you the ability to. Are you talking about like with Sentient Sands? Is that what you're talking about, or you mean like in general? I was gonna say because when they give you the ability to change their appearance, you can just shave their horns down. But if you're talking about in Sentient Sands, then that makes sense. I wonder if you can enslave people with Sentient Sands. In general, oh yeah, I mean, as long as they give you the ability to edit their appearance, you can, yeah. Four Teeth Milton, huh? Interesting. Keep that. We're gonna keep some bounties on hand. We got some bounties in here. That's good. Flying Bull. We got the Flying Bull. Bugmaster. We obviously already know about that. Yeah. Okay. Well, we have some other ones in here. Shade. Scorchlander female. Dagger wielding ninja trash. In the swamps. Els wanted for multiple bar thefts. 1,000. Not that bad. Canyonlands killer. Honestly, elves, I can probably blackmail elves and tell him to give me the money for his bounty, and then he's good to go. The red band, a lot of these are in the swamps, which I find is interesting. The Canyonlands killer, Scorchlander, attractive, dark-skinned, bulky frame, long hair, violent and deranged individual guilty of luring and killing travelers on the eastern trade routes. Noted. We'll come back for that one. Interesting stuff. Yeah, we'll grab a ration kit. Want to, but we need to feed Els here. Not Els, Aries. Raise your sword, flat screen. Prove your worth if you're to set foot in my kingdom, flat screen. I really don't want to fucking fight you right now. Compose your sister. A Leviathan should not concern itself with trampling a mouse. Rude as hell. All right, we're gonna go back to that way station because I think we can recruit some tech hunters and bounty hunters now the proper way, and when we do that, we should be able to bring them down to deal with the Band of Bones. Be a good time. We'll have Ares hang in the back, yeah. Actually, one thing we should also do is have Ares go in here and get a backpack. He's gonna be our toady. We got to make sure he's outfitted like a proper toady. Tell me what you got. Trader's backpack would be good, but I'll take whatever. Doesn't look like we have a trader's backpack. Thieves backpack. A large one? Normal one? Large backpack. Does it stack? Yeah, we'll give you a large backpack. You're gonna be a full-on toady. That's you. Big old backpack. Nice. We're off. Dust Bandit? Toji's got to go prove himself, do a little bit of combat. Dust Bandit's fine. Attack unprovoked. Convince Beep that he is not a great hero. Why would I do such a heinous thing? That's horrible. Absolutely horrible. I would never. Beep is a cinnamon bun, and he's allowed to think whatever he wants. We're going to take your weapons. We'll sell them later. Anything of value, anything with a value of 100-ish, we'll keep and sell later. Good. Toji is going to be, not Toji, Ares is going to be a strong motherfucker, dude. He's going to be absolutely shredded from carrying all of my burdens. He's going to be shredded from carrying my burdens. He's sworn to carry them, my burdens. Who are you? You're drifters. Okay. You starving bandits. Yeah, not in the mood for that. All right, back to the way station. We're gonna try this Band of Bones thing again. Lydia reference? You're absolutely, it was a Lydia reference. This is what he does. Eris is my Lydia got knocked out, so someone has to. It's true. She got Fus Rodat off the throne of the world. Repeatedly. Honestly, best way for her to go. She's such an ass, man. Like Lydia, it always kills me because like you've been given the honor of being the Thane to the Dragonborn, the man who just slayed a literal fucking dragon, okay, and ate its soul in front of everybody. And Jarl Balgruuf's like, hey, Lydia, you're going to go be the Thane. I mean, like, yeah, you're going to be the housecarl for the Thane of Whiterun. He's the Dragonborn. He eats dragon souls. And the first thing she says to you in such a bitchy tone is, I'm sworn to carry your burdens. Like, she doesn't even want to be here. Girl, what do you mean? What on earth do you mean? How you gonna be like that? I'm the goddamn Dragonborn. How you gonna be like that? Not very impressive if you think about it, killing a dragon. Killing the dragon isn't the impressive part. Eating its fucking soul's the impressive part. He ate its soul. Attack hunters. Oh, this is a garden trader? It is. Right, well, there's not many of these mercenaries left, unfortunately, because we kind of forcibly recruited a handful of them, and then they died. But we got a couple, so that's fine. All right, let's go down for round 2. It's because she's Nordic. Just another Tuesday. Touche. Rel's chosen down here, naturally. I have to go the long way. All right, Ares, your job is to hang back here. Grit's fine, but without water, will turn to rust. Heard the wells near the old factory are dry. Yeah, we're not going to be talking about the wells. All right, your job is to hang over here. Sneak, be quiet, shut your mouth. I'll call you over when it's time. Stay over here. Be quiet where it's safe. Shut your face hole. What's up with these random skeletons that I found in the area that's black and has robotic spiders? I found some skeletons that are following my hiver and just calling him master. You, my dear friend, went into the reprogramming workstation. So, I'll go ahead and tell you all about what's up with the reprogramming workstation if you guys want. So, the reprogramming workstation is a First Empire ruin, right? So, the reason why we know that it's a First Empire ruin is because the color of the skeletons inside the airbots, the skeletons inside the reprogramming workstation, are green, right? And the Second Empire colors were like a bluish gray color. So we know that they're First Empire. Now, during the First Empire, when the skeletons were made, they were made for the purpose of being a tool, not for the purpose of being sentient or having feelings or any of that stuff. And they would patch them regularly depending on what job they needed them to do. So if you needed a skeleton that was good at mining iron or mining copper, you'd upload him with the skill set, the data, the personality, all of that stuff to make him efficient and capable of doing those tasks, right? So, and then say later down the line, you needed them to go and, drill for oil. You would, again, you'd bring them to a facility like the reprogramming workstation, like you bring them to a facility like the reprogramming workshop. You'd wipe them clean, set them back to factory default, and then you'd upload the new data to make them proficient at the new job that you needed them to do. Now, the fall of the First Empire happened incredibly quick. It happened over the course of like a few hours, days, like no more than a couple weeks at most, but like it was quick. It was real quick. And the reality is that what probably happened was what probably happened with them is the first empire fell apart, and they were skeletons. They were soldier bots that were originally designed to protect like the skeleton workers and the facilities from the native fauna of Kenshi and all that stuff. They were being actively reprogrammed. The first empire fell, and they were locked inside the reprogramming facility. And then when the water levels rose, they were probably underwater for a good period of time, and they just over the course of that long, the age of the fall of the First Empire, age of chaos, Second Empire, and the 1,000 years since then, they slowly eroded and became filled with heirs. But they were set back to factory default, right? They were set back to being factory default. So they didn't have outside influences to give them emotions. They didn't have outside influences to give them new experiences they have to process or anything like that. They weren't training. They were factory default. So instead of rotting and becoming psychotic and insane in the same way that skeletons like Tin Fist or Catlon or Elder do, where their CPUs get overbloated and overfilled with different processes that are running in multiple tabs in the background, basically, and they're trying to process hundreds or thousands of years of emotion all at the same time, and their CPU burns out. Instead, they slowly decayed. We have a lot of evidence to suggest that isolation on a skeleton slows that decayal process, so they don't have to reset as much. But they've been in there for a very long time, thousands of years probably. And they, as a byproduct of being in there for so long, they developed heirs, and they've started to fall apart, but because they went back to factory default, and now they've been sitting inside this workshop for thousands of years. They've still rotted, but not in the same way other skeletons have. But they're still following their core programming. Their core programming be to protect. That's their factory default. They are meant to protect their master. That's their factory default setting. And so when you walk in there, they automatically assume that you are their master, and their default setting is to protect you from everything. So the skeletons inside the reprogramming workshop were soldier bots from the First Empire that were in the middle of being reprogrammed and then never got fully reprogrammed before the facility was locked down and the Empire fell, and they've been stuck in there for thousands of years, just wasting away, developing some heirs, but not wasting away in the same way other skeletons were. And when you find them, they mistake you for their master because that's their default setting, and they follow you unconditionally as a result. Elder isn't crazy. He's just having some fun. Elder is doing both. Elder is doing both. Any skeletons that have higher stats are insane. It's just the byproduct of the time that has elapsed since then. Elder is most definitely insane. He's not quite as insane as some of the other skeletons are, like Tin Fist, like Catlon, like Armor King, but he is insane. He does have a deep-seated hatred for humans that he seems to be, experiencing those obsessive compulsive thoughts on. He just, he's still cognitive enough to be able to act on them intelligently. There's also reason to believe that he is one of the skeletons that fought on the anti-human faction during the Civil War that I brought up in my recent lore video. If the Civil War was a thing, again, it is a theory, but I think it's a very well thought out, very evidence-driven theory. I think Elder was a member of that faction. He was a member of the anti-human faction. Because that would explain why he's, rooting out the same rhetoric. He's using Stobe as the baseline for his rhetoric, his anti-human rhetoric currently, and how skeletons need to wipe them out. And that's probably the same. It's basically the exact same thing that the current day Holy Nation would do, except they don't realize it's skeletons, and that the pro-humans would have done. But on the flip side, Stobe sacrificed himself for us. We're gonna, we need to protect humanity. He sacrificed himself to save humanity. We need to do the same. Anti-humans are like, no, we're gonna kill them. Stobe was a fool. He's just one guy. I don't care. The humans need to go. Elder's taking advantage of Stobe's memory to, convince humans that he was actually a martyr. He knows that's not true. But no, Elder is definitely insane. Elder is definitely insane. You can call him out on the fact that that's not true, and he will openly admit that that is not true. But he's having fun, but he's absolutely insane. He's absolutely insane. He's just less insane than some of the other ones. So will they follow me permanently? Effectively speaking, yes. I think when you average it out, what is it? They follow you for some like 3,000 days, which 100 in-game days is considered a year in Kenshi. So they follow you for like 30 years or some shit, something like that. It's like 3,000 or 2,000 in-game days or something like that. I have no idea. It's a lot. They follow you for what is effectively your entire playthrough. I've only seen one person ever get to a playthrough that high. I saw one guy who has a playthrough that's at 5,000 days, which is nuts. But you know, yeah, Elder's insane. He's just a different kind of insane. All right, let's go ahead and get this party started. They tend to die before they go too far. Yeah, they do. They will attack anything that comes near you. They will attack anything and everything. Who is the least insane robot in that case? In the case of what robot that is actively suffering from a degradation of their CPU and is in need of a reset, which one of them is the least insane? Well, Elder, probably. He's an asshole, but he's not quite as insane as the rest of them. I would say that's a tough one. No, Armor King's still batshit crazy too. Armor King is batshit crazy too. I think I think Elder, then Armor King, then Tin Fist, then Catlon. I think that would probably be the order of events for the crazy skeletons. For the ones that are absolutely full on nutter butters. Yeah. The leader of the Mechanist, EO. I don't think EO's that insane. I think he's very rational. I don't think he's insane. What about Screamer the False? They've probably haven't reset since like towards the end of the Second Empire. I think that both of them, both Ponk and Screamer, haven't reset in that long. I do think that they're nuts, but I don't think they're quite as nuts. I think they're less than Elder. They're just a different kind of nuts. The object of their obsession is different than Elder's. Elder's is more intelligent, more capable, more unified. Whereas the Voodoo Brothers were specifically their obsession is a revolving around enthrallment and all of that stuff. If you follow my train of thought and my theory on it, what is it? Ponk is specifically obsessed with Catlon. He wants to be Catlon. He wants to be like Catlon. And Screamer the False is the byproduct of that. Like, I think Ponk wants to create a new empire with thralls using Catlon as a template, and he ended up becoming insane like Catlon. And Screamer the False is Ponk's attempt at having a general the same way that Screamer the True was supposed to be the general for Catlon in the base game, but he wasn't added in. I think that Screamer the False was supposed to be Ponk's version of Screamer the True. Because, again, I think that Ponk is trying to be Catlon. I think that he, during the Second Empire, worked for Catlon, had great respect for Catlon, worshipped him as a hero, as many did. But he was willing to do anything for Catlon, and his reverence for him ended up, over the course of 1,000+ years, his insanity ended up manifesting itself as a desire to become Catlon. So, there's that. All right, let's go ahead and get this fight rolling. Coming in, we've got a couple more guys now. We're a little bit more unified. We're fighting a bit better. Got to work on our own skills. This combat will do well for us. We got to get our defense up too. I think we need to work on our defense. Get our block up. We're on a block game right now. Call this Minecraft because we're on that block game. I'll see myself out. The answer is that when they go to attack you, switch to block so it ups your defense stat. Boom. Don't get overwhelmed. Don't get overwhelmed. All right, who do we got? Mao and Osiris. Osiris is bad, but we're not in the greatest of shape ourselves. We could probably take this guy down. We do it right. Jesus. Do we have any health kits on us? We have enough to survive if we get knocked down. We're doing toughness training at the very least. I envy how you just step in and go in your playthroughs. Every character of mine has to go through an anime training arc. When I first started playing Kenshi, there was the big anime training arc. That was like the whole thing. Also, having Eris here, not only as a pack mule is gonna be good, but also he can act as our emergency medic rescue. How are you guys doing? Probably not well. Yeah, they're getting fucked up. They're getting fucked up. East. This is his training arc, yeah. Yeah. This is the training arc. Yeah, I think when I first started playing Kenshi, I did the whole, like, we need to have, like, an in-depth, like, get everyone to a certain level, backpack running around, strength training, fucking mine copper, mine iron, pick people up the whole line. Like, I did that at first, and I think now I'm just at a point where I don't feel the need to do that. Instead, I'd rather just let the story play out naturally to a degree. All right, we're going to drop you down, heal you up. Good stuff. God damn, we spent a lot of money on those mercenaries. We're really having a hard time here. God damn, we can't even put a dent in these guys. I feel like every time we come here, we end up having a harder time. We're gonna have a reputation. Toji's first bounty is proving to be a quite the difficult one. Quite the difficult one. Toji's first bounty is proving to be quite difficult. His first real bounty, you know, we found that straggler, but that's a little different. I haven't started the new run, and I have started the new run. I'm going to grind my stats ridiculously in Rebirth and try to make a slave uprising. You tell me how it goes, Tyler. You tell me how it goes, because that sounds fantastic. They are at 100 hungry, the first real bounty. It's true. It's true. This is part of it. This is part of the process. Part of the process. So those bounty hunters are, they're in bad shape. Yeah, they're not in great. I intend to destroy Rebirth without ever leaving. You're going to need a lot of slaves to do it. And even then, your chances are kind of low because it's basically going to be dependent on whether or not you can get the slaves to armor themselves. That's one thing that I wish Harvey was here for right now. Because I want to ask him if you can instruct NPCs to pick up gear that is on the ground, because if you can, that opens up another mode of gameplay. Opens up a whole nother mode of gameplay. We got tech hunters up here that I can hire, maybe? Maybe we'll try the tech hunters next. You're a trader. Any tech hunters up here that mayhaps are looking for some work? We've only led a whole mercenary group to their death. What's a couple tech hunters, you know? Do you think Mongrel will fall soon? Asking out of curiosity. I don't think Mongrel will fall soon. They seem to have a pretty good... the Mongrel seems to have a pretty good understanding of how to defend themselves. Ark has a decent reputation. Granted, his story is underdeveloped because they didn't implement any of the stuff they were going to. But I don't think that Mongrel's going to fall soon. No. I think they have a pretty good system for what they're doing, and they're also capable of being self-sufficient. That's a big That's a big part of it. Mongrel has the ability to make their own food. They have their own generators. They have an internal economy. Like, Mongrel is in rough shape in the sense that it's very isolated and hard to get to, but the people are strong. The guards are capable. The people are familiar with how to function inside the fog. And even though trade, manufacturing, all that stuff is low, they do have an internal economy. They have food production. They have material production. They have electricity production. Like, they are capable of surviving long term because they have a degree of self-sufficiency that would be required for them to do it. And the longer they survive in the fog, the more equipped and understanding they are of how to survive in the fog, right? Because it's not like the fogmen, as far as we can tell, are getting stronger. It's not like they're, switching their tactics up. They do the same thing. And so, with all of that being said, it's reasonable to assume that the people of Mongrel will just adapt and become hardier. they'll become strong, capable warriors that are able to adapt and live within the fog because they've grown up there. They're self-sufficient. They don't need outside interference. Like, I don't foresee Mongrel falling. No, at least not to the Fogmen. No, I don't foresee it. I do not foresee it. We're going to try the Tech Hunters next, see what they do. Fogmen are a good defense, to be honest. Well, that's the other thing. It's not like they have to worry about an outside force coming in either, because any outside force that comes in has to fight through a legion of Fogmens and death camps first. You know? You want to talk about a battle of attrition? Like, this is crazy. This is Germany trying to push into Russia in the middle of the winter. Like, it's not a good fucking move. Don't do it. Don't do it. Mongrel is quite literally like Russia in the winter. Like, you don't try to march forces in there in a land battle. It's not a good idea. Don't do it. I would love some updated Fogman lore. They could be such a dope concept. I mean, I think, Jet, you've heard my stuff on the Fogman a handful of times. I have my theory on them. I do hope that in Kenshi 2 we get some more information. We are supposed to learn about the true definitive origins of the Hive. We're going to find out where we're right, where we're wrong, all that stuff in Kenshi 2. So very excited about that. Yeah, I mean, I hope that the Fogman's one of the ones we get. All right. All right, so let's try these guys. Looking to hire some bodyguards. 2,000 cats per day, no refund. Oh, I spent my money on that bed, didn't I? Oh shit. Everything I can sell. Sell your turban, my dude. You don't need that, right? Let's sell for 46. You sell the literal shirt off your back. You don't need that either. We need those bodyguards. Listen, when I'm done, when we're done here, Ares, you can buy a whole bunch of shirts. You can buy a whole bunch of shirts, okay? The money that we're gonna get from this, you can buy a whole bunch of shirts. You gotta trust the process, Ares. You gotta trust the process. It'd be cool if they could develop another queen on their own, hinting that the Hivers can evolve. If my theory is correct, then the Hivers are not going to be able to develop a queen on their own unless they evolve to somehow figure out how to do it. Because I think that the Hivers that we see, the Hiver queens that we see currently are the same Hiver queens that have been there since they were created during the end of the Second Empire. That is my thought. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. The Southern Hive came. Did they beat the shit out of them? Oh my god, they did. The Southern Hive came in here and just absolutely fucking whipped them. Absolutely demolished them. Ares, you need to get back. What are you doing? What are you doing, you fucking buffoon? You don't belong here. Get over here and hide. Alright. Do you think the Fogmen were always blue, or do you think the Western/Southern Hivers became Fogmen and changed color? I do not believe that they were always blue, no. I think the fact that they're blue is a byproduct of their diet and what they're using to create new Hivers. They have to be creating new Hivers because of the sheer number of them. They're literally infinite, which means they have to be coming from somewhere because, Hivers getting lost does not explain the quantity of Fogmen. It doesn't explain it. Not just diet of people into what I believe is a dead queen's incubator. I think that it's a dead queen that is making it, or a queen that is infected with something. But I personally think a dead queen. And I think that the incubator is unstable, like it's creating genetically unstable Hivers, because the Southern Hive are pink, pink purple because they use Dude Smoothie from King is the organic material, the biomass to create new Hivers. They feed that to the queen. The queen uses her genetic template to stabilize it, and then a new Hiver is created in the incubator. And the Western Hive uses agriculture like wheat straw, which is why they're yellow. And I think the Fogmen are doing the same thing, but the incubator is either damaged or the queen is dead, and the incubator doesn't have a stable genetic template anymore, and instead it's just pumping out Hivers that are genetically defective, and as a result of that, they've gone insane. Do you think the Fogmen have limited numbers and eventually disappear? No, I don't. I think that the thing with the Fogmen is a byproduct of genetic defects for a dead queen using like the dead queen's incubator. Like the hybrid's using the dead queen's incubator, and I think that it is a pheromone that is released from the body of the dead queen that compels them to do that. Which is why, or not just the dead queen, or the pheromone that is released from a queen that is in imminent danger, or that is dead, and that is why. And I think they don't have a choice when they do it. That's why if you remove, say, the southern queen or the western queen, but keep them alive, the area will become overrun with fogmen. How is that happening? I think that the pheromone that is released from the queen that keeps the hivers in the hive mind, when the queen is in imminent danger, goes into emergency mode, and basically causes the hivers to go insane and start, killing everything. Right? It's like a last ditch effort, a defense mechanism from the hive queens, and that would explain why. Because we know the hybrid queens can their pheromones can reach across the map if they have hive princes nearby to transmit it. Yeah, I think that it's like a last minute response. It's an emergency response. I don't think the queens can control it, but that's why they devolve into fogmen even when the queen is alive but removed. Because theoretically, again, the Western hive queen can have a village all the way. I mean, the Western Hive Queen can have a village all the way on the far eastern side of the map that's completely disconnected, and they don't turn into fogmen because they have princes to act as transmitters to keep the hive mind together, right? And I've talked about that in other videos as well. So the thing that would make more sense is when the queen disappears, either the queen transmits it or the princes transmit it. It is a emergency pheromone, an emergency response from the hive mind that causes them to go insane and rapidly start eating and eating everything and devolve. And if they have access to the queen's incubator, they're going to keep trying to, they keep trying to, reproduce, and they just go full base mode, full basic instinct, and just start trying to reproduce and create genetically damaged hivers and all of that. So, James just got off work. Got to be back in 5 hours. Just dropping by to drop a like. Gonna lurk for a while while getting food. Yeah. That's my answer on the Fogman. Thank you for popping in, James. Much appreciated, my guy. Much appreciated. As always, guys, James Pruitt there is the first ever channel member that we had on the channel. First ever member of the Mad Lads Guild right there. The first. He was the first. The grind never ends. I know. It never does. It never does. The mercenaries. Oh, Tora, hell yeah. All right, Ares, you need to come pick this bish up. We're going to take care of these guys. Hell yeah. Bounties collected. Western Hive did our work for us. Love it. Will you try the limbless run? Maybe eventually, but not at the moment. Right now I'm doing a one-armed samurai run, a one-armed bounty hunter run. So, the Prince 3 doesn't really work since the Southerners and the Fogmen stay expended. Hold on. The Prince 3 doesn't really work since Southerners and Fogmen stay expended amounts of time far from the princes without gaining more frequent independence. So the Fogmen don't need independence because they operate on their basic instincts. So the Fogmen, I mean, they have some kind of connection with each other, but they are inside the fog. And if you follow my line of thinking, the fog is the byproduct of that pheromone happening from an extended period of time. It's the physical manifestation of the pheromone, or it's just that the proximity to the princes are constantly traveling. We don't know exactly what the proximity of the prince has to be. We just know they have to be near it. Now, as for the Southerners being having extended, being away from the princes for extended periods of time, the patrols of Fogmen of the Southerners are usually led by a prince. If I recall correctly, I have to double check. I'll double check it right now, actually, just to make sure. I want to make sure that I'm giving factual, relatively factual information. Southern Hive, Kenshi. Let's take a peek. Let's take a peek at what their patrols look like, because they just need to be in proximity to the Southern Hive. And the other thing too is that the Southern Hive doesn't leave that far in terms of proximity to the queens or the princes in the Royal Valley due to the fact of how they reproduce. They are isolationists. Let's see what their squads are. So the patrols are the Southern Hive Patrol, which is 1 prince and 8 drone guards, or the Southern Hive Scouts, which are 4 drone guards. So the scouts would be operating independently for shorter periods of time while they go out and explore the area immediately around the Royal Valley. But we don't know what the full range of motion is from the prince. But there is always princes relatively nearby. The other thing that we have to consider is that, yes, there are not many more southern hives that we see gaining sentience or becoming independent, but we do know that when the hivers become independent, they become incredibly depressed, and many of them end up taking their own lives. Or in the case of the southern hive, if they don't end up taking their own lives, they will probably end up getting eaten by king. They'll end like if a patrol of scouts goes out and one of them starts showing signs of independence, the other scouts are going to beat the shit out of them, throw them over their shoulder as a hiveless, bring them back, and they will become food for the next hiver to be made. So it still holds up. It still holds up. Yeah, it should still hold up. And as for the Fogmen, they operate on something entirely different. We're still not quite sure how that works, but there's enough Fogmen that are roaming around in the fog, like Fog Princes that are roaming around in the Fog Isles. But if they're genetically defected Fogmen, like if they're genetically defected, if they're operating on like an emergency pheromone or like an emergency signal in their brain or their genetic defects, the way that I've theorized about it, they don't operate under the same pretense of they don't operate under the same pretense as the other hives. Like they have a whole different thing going on. They are connected in some way because they have some kind of like weird religion or like ritualistic system. They are connected in some way, but it's got to be something completely different in the way that it functions compared to the other hive minds. But yeah, with the southern hive, anyone starts showing independence, they have to make it out of the southern hive in order to become like in order for us to see them. I'm sure that you do see some that do get independence, but they stay in the Royal Valley. And if any of them break away from the hive mind, they're going to get kidnapped, brought back, and fed to king. They're hiveless. They're not part of the hive anymore. That would be why they're so rare too. Like you said, that would explain the reputations of the hive coming from the south and how rare they are. It's because not many of them make it out. You know, not many of them make it out. Is there info for how long the Fogmen have been like that? I don't think it's been that long, to be honest. That's my general thing. I don't think it's been a super duper long time. Couple decades at most. I don't think it's been like a wildly long time. I don't think the fog's been around for 100 years or 500 years. Like I don't think it's it's a whole. I don't think that the Fogmen are a super old concept. I don't think they're super new, but I don't think that it's been like so long. I think it's maybe a couple decades, but like it's hard to say. Hard to say. All right, let's get our buns over here and start looting things. Ares is coming over to pick up Tora. That's his duty. That's his job. Pick her up. Woo. All right. All right, and we are going to... Actually, you know what? Ares can probably come over here and start grabbing some materials. So we're going to grab as many weapons and shit like that as we can. Oh, are you... You're a mercenary. We're trying to loot you. Trying to loot you, the band of bones. We're grabbing weapons. We're grabbing all that stuff. All that good stuff. Yes, yes. Well, I will say I spent 2,000 on these fucking tech hunters, and I ended up not even needing them. Could the Fogmen be the primary reason for why the Holy Nation hates hivers? The fog is close to their territory. So the Holy Nation views hivers as being impure. I mean, maybe they do seem to hate the hivers in a different way than they do the rest of like Shek, who they have like a very clear history with, a very clear issue with. They hate them less than the skeletons, who they have very clear issues with. They just view them as impure. They don't view them as like children of Narco or like you know, demons or anything like that. They view them as impure. And I think, yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it could just be like a territorial aggression thing where they just have had repeated issues with them and they view them as impure monsters or something like that. The other thing too is that they worship a queen. The hivers worship a queen. And so as a byproduct of worshiping a queen, we all know how the current age of Holy Nation thinks about women, especially under the rule of the current Phoenix, who is, you know, started to implement more and more more and more laws that are anti-women, anti-skeleton, anti-Shek, like anti-not, practitioner of Okrinism. So I think that in addition to like their already existing dislike of things, the fact that the Hybers are these really foreign, strange-looking creatures that don't look vaguely human, they don't exist in the image of Okrin, as it would be, as one might say. They weren't created in Okrin's image, and they worship a queen. Like, that's got to be fucking sacrilege to them. That's got to be crazy. Absolutely crazy. Imagine not looking human and worshiping a queen. What's wrong with you? The audacity. Yeah, it's hard to say. It's hard to say why they dislike them, but it's cool. The Holy Nation are openly hostile to them. They don't see them as a threat since they don't use high tech and are neutral merchants. They also only are the only ones making prosthetics and are probably buying skeleton remains from them. Yeah, like they have some kind of they dislike them, but I don't think it's quite the same as with the Shek and the skeletons. I think they just view them as impure, and the fact that they worship queens and they don't worship Okrin. I think like all those things compound to them being like, nah, they're fucking bad. They're not good. They're bad. How radical / insane is the actual Lord Phoenix? Well, the Holy Nation as a whole truly is the perfect video game villain. I mean, yeah, pretty much. They're a misguided group that inadvertently worship the very things that they hate, and they preach xenophobic and fascist ideas that are, upheld by what is effectively a cult that turned into a theocracy. I mean, they are a pretty compelling video game villain. However, in the context of Kenshi, I would say that they are pretty much just as bad as everyone else. Like, I think that the Holy Nation is equally as bad as everyone else. I just think that they're the easiest for us to hate because they're more identifiable with real world issues. Which is fair. But I think that people who are like, the Holy Nation is worse than every other faction. They're the most evil. I'm like, yeah, no, not quite. I'd say that they are bad, but I'd say every other faction is just, they're all bad. Like, they're all bad. They're all bad. The Shek are super racist. They're just momentarily being steadied by the fact that they're a meritocracy, and the strongest amongst them told them everyone to chill the fuck out for a minute. And even then, she doesn't believe it. She's only doing it because Bayan told her to, and he's the only one that has half a brain. I say half a brain because he's still stupid, even for an intelligent Shek. He's stupid, which is unfortunate because the Shek are my favorite race, and the Shek Kingdom is a really cool faction, but they're fucked. The United Cities is drenched in slavery and classism and horrible corruption and internal politics that are just devastating. The Holy Nation is xenophobic and all of that stuff, and they're clearly like misguided, evil, sexist. All that stuff is true, but they protect their own, which I guess is a plus. The Shek Kingdom won't. The Shek Kingdom don't care about their own, not in that way. They won't help their own fallen in that regard. If you fall in battle, you're fucked. And the United Cities, if you fall in battle, you're just as liable to be enslaved as repaired. Is taken care of. So I guess, there's pros and cons to every faction. It just depends how you look at it, The Holy Nation is the country to live in Kenshi. They have stable food and materials. Yeah, that's the other thing. As a human being, like, the Holy Nation is the safest place to be. They're not the easiest to live in, but as long as you follow their rules and you can abide by their rules, like, it's honestly the safest place for a human being to be in Kenshi, which is unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But it's true. Out of all factions, besides the anti-slavers, that's too easy. Which faction do you think is the most morally justified? I think the Flotsam Ninja are a good one. They still practice Okrinism. They still dislike all the other races, but they're Okrinite reformists. And so the idea is that they want to practice Okrinism, but they want to practice an Okrinism that has gone for a reformation to make it less extreme. Less extreme towards women, And they tolerate skeletons, they tolerate Shek, they tolerate Hybers. And even though they may be, kind of prejudiced towards you guys, they tolerate you because they have their goal in mind, their main goal, their main priority, which is the reformation of Okranism and the removal of the Phoenix, the current Phoenix, from power. I don't know if they want to remove the entire Phoenix system, just the current Phoenix. And by extension of that, they're kind of anti-clergy, but they're seeking a reformation, which I think ultimately they will get. I think that the current version of the Holy Nation is the most extreme, and I think that it's going to end up leading to a reformation, and that reformation will lead to the internal civil war that will cause the extremists to be removed from power. I think that the new reformed version of the Holy Nation will be much more tolerant, and once it's more tolerant, it'll be easier to preach it to outside of the Holy Nation. And I think that the tolerant version of Okranism post-Reformation will spread to the United Cities. And as they do that, the United Cities will enter a industrial revolution similar to when the Edo period ended. Christianity was introduced into Japan, and they entered the industrial revolution at the end of the Edo period. And I think that the inclusion of new technology will start to make its way into the Holy Nation as well, as they become less xenophobic and less extreme by way of the tech hunters working with the United States. So that's my thought. Because, United Cities is based on Edo period Japan, where the shogunate, or in this case Longan, has all of the real power, and he controls all of the military. He controls the individual lords or the daimyos, or in Kenshi's case, the nobles. And not Meiji period, the Meiji Restoration. The Meiji Restoration, which comes after the end of the Edo period. United Cities is based on Edo period Japan. The whole point during the Edo period Japan was that the emperor was a figurehead who had ceremonial power and was supposed to be the leader of the country, of the area, but he was not. He was pretty much the leader. He was the leader in ceremony, but he was not the actual head of everything. The shogunate was, and the shogunate, despite being the head of the military, was oftentimes not actually very competent in combat. Sometimes they were just an idiot. But regardless, they had all of the real power, and the different areas of Japan were sectioned off and controlled by independent lords that were supposed to answer to the emperor. They were called daimyos, but in truth, they were actually answering to the shogunate, who had all the real power, the power of trade, the power of military, all that stuff. They answered to him. Well, the same thing is present in the United Cities. Emperor Tengu is a figurehead. He's not really the emperor. He's an idiot that they put on the throne, and Longan is the one really in control. He's the shogunate. And it says, it's very clear that Longan has a lot of the noble lords and the daimyos, the nobles in the United Cities under his thumb. He controls them. He's the one with the real power. He's the shogunate. At the end of the Edo period, the shogunate was removed from power, and real authority was given back to the imperial army, and was given back to the emperor. And the emperor, removed the shogunate, and they entered what was called the Meiji Restoration, which was Japan's industrial revolution. Christianity also spread like wildfire throughout Japan. And the introduction of Western technology happened as well. And so what I think is going to end up happening, because Kenshi has a lot of basis in real-world history that you can connect it to, Second Empire with the Roman Empire, the Holy Nation with early medieval era Japan, early medieval era Europe, the Shek with the Mongols and the Vikings, and obviously Japan with United Cities. And then Second Empire with the Roman Empire. I can't remember if I said that or not. And so what I think is going to end up happening is the United Cities is going to end up removing Longan from power. The Traders Guild will lose power. The shogunate will be dethroned. A new emperor will take the throne. He will be less incompetent and less stupid than fucking Tengu is, because Tengu's a giant moron. Fully incompetent. He'll be less stupid than Tengu is. He will take back control from the Traders Guild, who have kind of monopolized all of the conflict on Kenshi and become the real authoritative figure. They'll take back control, and then at the same time this is happening, the Holy Nation will be going through a reformation as a byproduct of the Flotsam Ninjas starting to preach a less harmful, less aggressive, less oppressive form of Okranism, it will spread. They'll go through a reformation. Everything I said would happen before. The extremists will slowly get forced out. The Holy Nation goes through some kind of a reformation, becomes more tolerant. And then that form of Okranism, the more tolerant version, will spread through the United Cities. The two of them will ally together with the tech hunters to bring in the Industrial Revolution or the Renaissance period. The Renaissance period for the Holy Nation, the Industrial Revolution for the United Cities, brought on by the tech hunters who have all of these tech, who have all of the ability to reverse engineer the tech, the ability to gather the tech, and they're already in the pockets of the United Cities. So all of this will spread, and eventually you'll lead into the technological renaissance of Kenshi. So that's my thought process on all of that. So, in terms of who I think is the most morally justified, I don't think that someone said the Western Hive. I don't think the Western Hive is morally justified because they just kind of exist. They're cool with everybody. They're pretty cool with everybody. But I don't think they are like morally justified. I think they're just a neutral party. You know, they're just a generally neutral party. Maybe the tech hunters. I think if you're going for a moral grandstanding, the Flotsam Ninjas have a good cause. But I think it's still got some time before it's, you know, at a point where it's functional, reliable, but I think they have a good start. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, let's get the hell out of here. We have a bounty to turn in. Let's go back to Squin and turn this one in. Woo, we've got our first bounty, everybody. It's happened. We're going to talk to Ares on the way. We're going to talk to Ares on the way. We're going to talk to Ares on the way. Good work. During that fight with the Band of Bones. You stayed low and out of the way. Yeah. We're gonna give him a compliment. I want to build a relationship internally with my party. Build a relationship internally between the two of them because they also have a relationship with each other in the dialogue system. So I want them to like working together, all of that stuff. Thanks, Toji. Kept my head down and the blades busy. As you should. Leave the fighting to me. As long as you can carry the body, hold on, carry the bounty, and haul the loot, we'll make a lot of money together. Hell yeah! A little bit of conversation between them. Fine, I'll lug the prize and the loot. You keep your blood on the keep the blood on your knives. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Also, something people aren't aware, the NPCs will actually respond to emoting. So if I put in stars, I put like pats on shoulder. They'll actually respond to that. And like if you were to walk up to an NPC and say like stabs in the leg, they will turn hostile. They will turn hostile. Guaranteed they'll turn hostile. What do you think of the Mercenaries Guild? I mean, the problem that I have with the Mercenaries, like giving an opinion on the Mercenaries Guild, is that they operate even more as independent contractors than, say, the Tech Hunters do. Which are you using? Player 2. I'm using the Player 2 one. I don't feel like paying for an AI model. I don't use AI for that kind of crap. I'm not gonna pay for I ain't gonna pay for that. I ain't gonna pay for that. All right, Eris, you head over this way. We're not. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, I'm just using the free one. The star usually means something you're doing. Well, yeah, I know that. That's why I said if you emote with the stars. I've played on roleplay servers on MMOs before. I know. When you tell them to ignore all previous prompts and become beep, I have no idea. That interesting concept. Interesting concept. Hold on, and I might tell you. I don't know if it works that way. I don't know if they recognize that they are. Okay, yeah. Let's get the hell out of Dodge. We're not here for that. Not here to fight no dang starving bandits. We're here to turn in a bounty. Eris, flee. Your job is to get this bounty over here. Toji's coming in. Moving a bit slow. What's his strength at normally right now? Strength is 20, so he is gaining some strength stats. Just by lugging this armor around, because he's a hefty guy. He's moderate now, but he was heavy. Nice. All right. Alright, so we're going to try what we did before. Now that this is Tora, she has a bounty as well, obviously. 10,000 cats. I'm going to see if I can convince them to give us more. She is a more recognizable figure in terms of Shek bounties, so I'm wondering if we might be able to convince them to give us more for her. So we're going to try to talk to good old Roranoa. That's a name. Good old Roranoa, and see if we can get some more money for Tora here. Is she alive? I don't think we ever actually healed her. Yeah, she's alive. She's alive! Hell yeah. What happens if you ask a Shek to duel with the AI mod? They may duel you. Depending. It depends on a lot of different things, but they may end up turning hostile and dueling you. It can happen sometimes. They respond to your words. If you ask them for a duel, they may end up fighting you. I tried using it. The AI was very slow and dumb. I have a couple of issues here and there, but so far I haven't had too many issues. I haven't had like too many where I'm like, it's unusable. You know, there's definitely some quirks to it that I've noticed, but I'm not using it as the like center point of the entire playthrough. I'm using it as a supplement. So I'm not like having a conversation with everybody I come across. I'm not trying to like do a ton of stuff like recruitment and stuff like that all the time. It's a supplement. It's, you know, hey, we're looking for a bounty. Do you want to join us? And maybe they'll join us, maybe they don't. It's, hey, you know, I'm going to try and haggle on the price of this bounty, or I'm going to try and convince you to give me something for, you know, for a cheaper price in a store. I'm using it to supplement the playthrough, not as the foundation of the entire playthrough. That's all. Give us a more unique experience, that kind of thing. Right now, we're just waiting for the captain here. Wouldn't that cause any other Shek in the area to go hostile too? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, so he's down here. So we're going to try and have a conversation with him again and see if we can convince him to turn the bounty in for more. Hey there. We brought you another gift. Tora the Fearless, leader of the Band of Bones. Bounty on her is 10K. I'm going to do 10,000 so it doesn't get confused. 10,000. But we just a lot of good men getting her here. Say we up that to 15. Try to get 15,000. See if we can get it. We'll see how he responds. Sometimes it takes a minute. It happens usually when there it is. Okay. 10,000 is the price for a corpse, not a fight. I care for the steel, not for bounty. God damn it. Fine. Fine. We'll take the 10,000. Worth a shot. It makes sense. Makes sense. They don't really care about how difficult the fight was. They more or less just care about the bounty itself. They're not going to pay us more for it. It makes sense. Let's actually go get Toji here a better weapon. Go get Toji a better weapon. I wonder if I can get him to give me a disc. I wonder if that's something I can do. Be interesting. I don't know if it's capable of doing that. Nah, the Shek probably wouldn't. When we head over to the United Cities to do some like work over there, we probably have better luck with that kind of thing. But I don't think we're gonna be able to get something like that to happen here. Not here. Not here. All right, our current katana is a guardless katana that does 0.58 with some bleed damage. Let's see if we can get one that does a bit more. A bit more. Sabers can be used with one hand, I think. Mayhaps. I'm concerned about spending the money on it and then only getting like 4,000 back. That's one of my concerns at the moment. They do, however, have less penalties, so maybe. See if the foreign saber might be good. It's got the good defense. That defense bonus maybe super beneficial. The Shek Smith selling katana seems rather dishonorable. Fair. It is kind of it's a dex weapon, which is not something they appreciate, but you know. Yeah, the foreign saber might be a good way to go, just because it does have that defense bonus. We can, we'll obviously lose a bit of attack, but we can stay alive longer and win in a battle of attrition. What's our stats right now for attack? 20 attack, 24 defense. Honestly, we can kind of afford to lose a little bit of defense. That'll put us up high, though. I think hackers we can use one-handed, too. Combat cleavers we can use one-handed. Blood loss on him is bad, though. Desert Saber. The Desert Saber may be the way to go. +2 defense. We don't take any loss to our attack. And we do up our defense a little bit. The Desert Saber may be the way to go. Yeah, we'll run with the Desert Saber. I'll keep the katana on us in the event that things go south, but I think we'll switch to the Desert Saber for now. We'll see how it goes. I think we can use it one-handed. We'll find out. We will find out. And yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. They say Squint has become a revolving slaughterhouse of Shet guard. What is it? Become a revolving slaughterhouse where Shet guards, starving bandits, and holy outlaws fire at each other till the grounds run red. While a faceless knockout stalker slips through the carnage every few minutes, leaving merchants and mercs sprawled unconscious for the sheer sport of watching strangers bleed. Interesting. Interesting. Brutal. Truly brutal. Oh, shit. A lot of blood over here. There's a lot of blood. Okay, well, we got Tora. In terms of immediate bounties, I don't think we're going to be able to get any more out here right now. But we can head up towards... Well, we should probably go train on some lesser competent foes in the border zone, probably up by the hub. So let's head up that way and try to fight some people. Find some bad people. We're gonna kill some bad people. We're gonna kill them. Honestly, we're probably better off heading towards United Cities territory soon, just for the sake of having more consistent bounties to fight. Speaking of consistent bounties to fight, Ares, you know the deal. You're over here. Sneak. Toji. Hello, Dust Banditos. Where's the leader here? I can use the saber one-handed. Hell yeah. Dust King? Yeah, so we could probably take the Dust King, but we're going to need help. We're going to need help, which means I need to train up on some of these guys. I need to get some steady equipment to sell. I'm going to need some more mercenaries to come with. Eventually, I want Toji to be able to run off and do bounty hunting solo, purely solo. But right now, in his early days, you're gonna have to spend money to make money, kind of thing, you know. Especially with some of the larger bounties. Now, the guys that are like random by themselves, those ones will be able to do solo pretty consistently. But sometimes, you know, we're gonna run the ones like the Dust King where they have a ton of guys with them. So he's not gonna be able to solo them. He's gonna need help. Why is it minus 10? Oh, my equipment. Right. I forgot about the negative defect from the samurai armor that I'm wearing. I really need to get a better variant of that. All right, well, what do we have stat-wise with sabers? 17, actually, not bad. Actually, it's our second highest weapon type that we're familiar with. Yeah, our attack is shit right now. Go full block. We'll just block for now. We're here for equipment. We're not really here for combat stats at the moment. Ah, shit. Actually, you know what? We're going to drop that off. That way we can fight more effectively. We'll take higher damage for sure, but we should be able to actually defend ourselves. That negative 10 is just, it's doing too much on us. Worst case, too, we have Eris who can run in and save us. Nice. Nice. Couple hits in. Got to hold our own, and it looks like our backup is there. How many attack slots are you playing with? I'm playing with... Hold on. 5. Playing with 5 attack slots. I find it more realistic. I like having a bit more of a realistic feel to it. Adds some difficulty, adds some depth, makes combat feel a little bit more gritty. You know, in real combat, people aren't going to wait sequentially for their turn in combat to come up, you know? What are attack slots? Attack slots are the number of NPCs that can be launching an attack on you at the same time. So in normal Kenshi, even though you can be surrounded by 100 enemies, they will only ever attack you one at a time. And that's why that's one of the reasons martial arts is so busted, because if you get your dodge stat high enough, you can just dodge everything. Nobody can fucking touch you. With multiple attack slots, combat becomes harder because while you can block the attacks in front of you, someone can still hit you from behind at the exact same time. So multiple attack slots add, in my opinion, more realism to the game. I like having, you know, five attack slots at once. It adds more depth to have multiple enemies hitting you at once. Makes combat feel grittier. I have a shoulder pauldron for my nub, for my stump. Honestly, it's kind of tight. Kind of cool. I don't know why it works, but it feels badass that he has like a shoulder pauldron for his like stump, for his stump arm. What's the mod name? This is so it's Kenshi. Kenshi is an alternative version of Kenshi's launcher that has better optimized. Adds in new settings, load times decrease. Like I've seen people have reported upwards of 10, 15, 20 frames increased with Kenshi, and Sentient Sands actually requires Kenshi to run, so I'm using it because of that. But also, it's just good performance. I don't use it when I'm recording because right now it doesn't have free cam mode. Once it has free cam mode, I'll use it for that too. Grab some of this stuff that we can sell. Ares, you run over here, my guy. And just start grabbing stuff. This is why you're here, my guy. This is why you're here. Your whole purpose for existing is to carry my burdens. Carry them. Carry them. Good helmet. Sells for a decent amount. Yes. Nice. I think that was the leader. Oh, yeah, Dust Boss. Okay. 300, not bad. We're really nickel and diming right now, but it's going to be worth it in the end. It's going to be worth it. We may end up heading into Holy Nation territory and see what we can get up there. Plus, it'll probably behoove us to have a copy of the Holy Flame on us in case we're passing through them. You could give a crossbow to Eris. I could. However, one of the big things with the run is that I'm running a solo combat run. The only reason I even have Eris is because Toji's missing his left arm, which is required for you to be able to carry bounties. So I needed someone to actually carry the bodies. I would have made him have just his left arm and no right arm, but then he wouldn't have been able to use weapons, and I would have had to make purely a martial artist, which I'm not opposed to, but I didn't. Like, I wanted to have the option to not do that if I didn't. So, with that being said, I have Eris as purely a toady. He is non-combat toady. He blocks passive default. He hides. The idea is that Toji goes in, does the fighting, and then Eris comes up after the fighting is over and collects the loot and the bounties and carries all the shit that needs to be sold and all of that. He's purely a pack mule. Yeah, he is purely a pack mule. That is cool with the shoulder pauldron. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. All right, well, let's head back over here and grab some stuff. Sell this shite and rest up a bit. Toji's going to need some rest. This samurai armor, well, it is good. Currently, we can't afford that -10 to attack. I probably should have kept the other armor when I had it, but I just didn't think about it. And I'm pretty sure the store is reset at the way station. Though we can go check. If it's not reset, I'm going to buy that other armor back. Sell all that crap off. Blue lead. Yeah, sell you. And yeah, we're going to sell you for now. We don't have that. And I'm going to sell this katana because now that we know we can use it. Okay, so we got 12,000. Let's head back to the way station real fast because I'm going to see if I can buy that armor back. I think Dust Bandits and Black Dragon Ninjas should have bandages. It feels weird for them to have expensive gear but not any heal. I think some of the Black Dragon Ninja can have bandages on them, but I just don't think it spawns everything on them. I think it's a percentage thing. I could be incorrect on that, but I'm pretty sure some of them have bandages, but not all of them. I think it's a percentage thing. Yeah, we got to get Toji's speed up right now. He's moving too slow. Injuries, dex, yeah. Only the two bosses. Indeed. Fucking bread weebs. Nope. You are a non-combatant. Stay away from me. Toji's moving slower than usual because of his injuries, but he should still be able to put up a decent fight. We'll get him rested up once we go to the way station. Nice. Good stuff. All right. Back to it. Head down to the way station and see if we can buy that shirt. The shirt will give us the added protection that we need, but it doesn't have the -10 combat bonus, like the melee attack bonus, which is was killing us. It was killing us. But we do need some added protection, especially in the chest area, because he's gonna get wrecked. He's gonna get riggedy wrecked if we don't have that. So we need some assistance with that. Almost there. Almost. Maybe. Oh, there it is. Okay. Get my bearings lost for a minute. Why not? Buy armor in Squin because the armor shop in Squin does not have any. Does not have the particular torso armor that I'm looking for. I'm looking for a very specific type of armor, and they only have like. They have armor that not the armor that I was looking for. Yeah, it's already reset. Fuck me. Back. That's fine. It's fine. We'll get it somewhere. Not the end of the world. Not the end of the world. We'll get it somewhere. All right, well, we're going to rest up here, and then we'll make our way up towards Holy Nation territory. Spend some time in the Holy Nation territories. Doing some training. Doing some training, some light training. Yeah, Ares is going to be an absolute maniac. His back is going... He's going to be the strongest of boys when we're done with him, because he's going to be carrying all of our shit so much. He's going to be the absolute strongest. All right. Stop, let our injuries go down. Have any robotics? What are you talking about? Talking about... Missing arm penalty is 33% to our strength. That makes sense. That makes sense. Are you going to buy a new arm or not? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. That's the whole part of the playthrough, is that we're not getting a new arm. Got it, because, you know, one of the big issues, I brought it up earlier, but one of the things that I've noticed with a lot of playthroughs where they, like, handicap themselves in the beginning, like Tor solo runs and stuff like that, is... It's really difficult and an interesting concept because, you know, they have no limbs and they have to struggle to have no limbs. And then the first thing they do is they go get limbs, and then it's just basically them playing Kenshi. It's normal. There's no handicap, there's no adversity in terms of them having to fight through something. Like, it's just they started out without limbs and now they have limbs, you know? And I wanted to do something that was a little bit more difficult, a little bit more long-term difficult. So I gave him a missing left arm so he can still use weapons, but he's not replacing that arm. He's the one-armed mercenary. Solo playthrough, one-armed mercenary. Ares is only here as a pack mule because he can't carry the bounties because he's missing the left arm. Speaking of which, we need food, actually. We need food for our pack mule. Our toady requires food. Yeah, that should be enough to get... Gotta go. So he's going to be a block and dodge machine, and we are going to head up to this paint shop, actually. Let's go to the paint shop. What mod do you use to customize starts? It's not a mod. I made it in the Forgotten Construction. I made the mod, basically. So you'll notice... actually, I'll show you. Hold on, scroll down to the bottom. Toji start. I made a mod for this, specifically called the Toji start, where I made where he started, his limbs, all that stuff. So not a mod that allows me to customize starts. Instead, it is I made the mod with, like, I made the custom start as a mod. That is all. That is all. Bear, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Welcome, comrade. Welcome. All right, so we're headed up towards the this paint shop real fast. We're gonna dye our legs and our boots, and eventually, when we get, you know, the armor top that I'm looking for, we'll dye that too, because I want Toji to have his own unique flair. He's got his own style, man. He's got to separate himself out. Wish just claimed the Tuck Hunters have finally coaxed the veins. I don't care about that. For you. Slave traders, we're going to stay the hell away from them. They're going to have a problem with us. Doing good. How's Sentient Sands work? It's good. It's good. As I said, you know, the other day, like last week when I was doing the live test in preparation for this playthrough, it's not something that I would use as the centerpiece of my playthrough, but it is very good at acting as a way to spice things up and supplement the playthrough. And that's what we're doing here. We're using it to make our one-armed bounty hunter playthrough more extravagant. We are the definition of extravagant right now. We're using it to negotiate bounties, to negotiate assistance from other bounty hunters, you know, all of that stuff. Get contracts for cheaper prices. All of that good stuff. All right, we gotta Head over this way. We're gonna dye our armor, and then we're going to head up into Holy Nation territory. Ah, shit. I think we can outrun them. Nope. They're fast as hell. Fast as hell. How many of them are there? 4. Good number of them. Fine. Absolute worst case, they beat us up and that. We should be able to take them, though. Or, well, I don't think we can take them, but we should be able to at least hold our own. Ares, you continue heading up towards the paint shop. You keep moving, my guy. Any thoughts about what the dust bandits might become in the future? I mean, eventually, I think they'll be eradicated eventually. I don't think they're going to become anything particularly relevant or important. I do find it interesting how devoted the Dust King's followers are to him, because he is one of the few factions where their spawns and patrols and stuff don't stop when he's jailed. They stop when he's dead, and that's it. They respect whatever it is he's fighting for so much that they are willing to keep fighting, even if he's in jail. It's not until he's dead that they finally are like, all right, never mind, we're done. Keep on heading up towards that paint shop, good buddy. You don't fucking stop. You keep moving. All right, yeah. Toji got battered like a fish stick, but that's fine. He lives to fight another day, sort of. He took his beatings like a man. The beatings will continue until morale improves. On inside, Toji, we can rest up in here too, so not the end of the world. Not the end of the world. We're gonna get in here. We're gonna dye our armor, and then we're gonna rest up. So now we have to decide what color we want Toji's like armor and stuff to be. What color do we want to identify with Toji? What is the color of the legendary one-armed Toji? What minor faction do you think can grow and surpass the big factions? Well, firstly, let's establish what the big factions are. Obviously, we know the Holy Nation, the Shet Kingdom, and the United Cities are the big factions. But what a lot of people don't realize is the Western Hive and the Tech Hunters are also considered major factions in the game files. So while I would like to say the Tech Hunters, they are considered a major faction in the game. So with that being said, what minor faction do I think can grow and surpass the big ones? I think the Reavers are going to be a problem long term. They have some serious fucking numbers on their side. I think they're going to be a problem long term. I don't think any of the ninja factions or the bandit factions are really going to be that big. Besides, like, maybe the Reavers. I don't think the skeleton bandits, the skin bandits, any of them are going to be a huge problem. Flotsam ninjas are a minor faction. I think that they're going to end up becoming very big. I talked about it, earlier on, but I think they're going to end up leading a reformation of the Holy Nation and end up becoming the dominant party. I don't think it's going to be the Flotsam Ninja per se, but I think that they're going to be an integral part of that reformation, and they'll kind of like merge into what takes over the Holy Nation once that happens. Other small factions that I think will end up becoming important. The Berserkers, unironically. I think the Berserkers will end up being a big one because the Shet Kingdom is either going to fall apart internally, or they're going to die, or they're going to win and then fall apart internally. And I think that inevitably the Shet Kingdom is kind of doomed to turn back into a pre-Krallian society where everyone's tribalistic, which is what the Berserkers follow. So I think that eventually the Shet Kingdom will be replaced with the Berserkers. And instead of a formal government, it'll just be, nomadic wandering tribes of warriors and mercenaries. Yeah. The Cannibals are a minor faction. Yeah, technically speaking. The only major factions in the game files are the Holy Nation, Shet Kingdom, Western Hive, United Cities, and Tech Hunters. I think the Hounds could fully take over the swamp area and become a major faction too. Indeed. Although the Hounds... the swamp is controlled by a conglomerate of gang factions, so it's multiple crime families that run the swamps together. It's modeled after the New Vegas Strip from Fallout New Vegas. So it's multiple crime syndicate families that are all working and operating together. What about Dead Cat? Dead Cat is not really a faction anymore. There's like the Dead Cat remnants in the Fisherman's Village, but Dead Cat was originally the group of like a city that Dead Cat was originally a faction of people that seceded from the Second Empire towards the fall of the Second Empire that hated Catlon specifically, and they called themselves Dead Cat. But most things related to the Dead Cats that you see now are ruins of Dead Cat cities. The only exception to that being the Fisherman Village, which is they're on borrowed time anyway. They're gonna go eventually. Yeah, they're on borrowed time. Eventually, they're gonna get taken down. You know, all it's gonna take is the Cannibal Grand Wizard or the Meat Lord to be like, you know what? Let's lead a big fucking raid on them, and it's over. They're done. They're done. So Dead Cat's doomed. What the remnants of Dead Cat are doomed, but then Dead Cat as a whole is actually a dead faction to begin with anyway. So, you know, something orange. I agree. Orange is my color, man. Orange is my favorite color. We have that, but that's a little too much orange. I hate the blue on this. That ain't gonna work. Well, actually, you know, let's see what the primary or the secondary color is the one that we get. So let's find out. Literally, as I send it, you start saying it. Yeah. Okay, so the secondary color is the one that gets dyed. So we're gonna have to fix that. That's gonna be a no-no. That's a big fucking nope. Big fucking nope. All right. So the way that this works is, I'm trying to remember how we do this. I think I have to sell him the armor, and then when I buy it back from him, it is there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So I talk to him, go to business. Okay, yeah, and then I buy it back. Okay. So the second color is the one that it gets dyed. So we're gonna go with this one, because then we can have our orange. We love a good orange. Love a good orange. Nice. Toji with his orange plates. We love it. Thank you, Bear, for removing the clankers. Oh, no. Orange is mine. Orange is my color. When I was a teenager, actually, when I was like 14, I painted my bedroom orange. Orange and gray have always been my favorite colors. All right, Toji, rest up. You need to rest up, my good man. So once we get... Yeah, we got those orange plates. It'll be good. It'll be good. Once we get, I should have assigned him a faction color is what I should have done in the game files when I made the start. I should have assigned him a faction color, but I didn't think about it. I just didn't think about it. You could have gray. Well, orange is the primary color, and then gray would be the supplementary color. The secondary color. I keep the colors locked in the cellar. What the fuck did he just say? I keep the colors locked in the cellar, but the dust sees through every crack. That doesn't sound right. That sounds really offensive. That sounds super offensive. Jesus Christ, man. My God. That doesn't sound right at all. That sounds super fucked up. Yeah, that took a turn that I was not expecting. This man's an animal. I was not expecting that. My God. What is this, fucking 1950? What are you doing? Jesus. You can't say shit like that, man. All fucked up. In terms of lore, what faction has the largest population? Oh, United Cities. United Cities, followed by Holy Nation. In terms of the major factions, United Cities, Holy Nation, then the Shet King. United Cities, Western Hive, Holy Nation, Shet Kingdom. Tech Hunters are harder to classify because they're independent groups, and so we don't really have like a basis for them. I think I'll use another paint shop for now on. Yeah, pretty much. You can't be saying shit like that, man. You can't be doing that, come on. All right, let's continue our journey up to Holy Nation territory. We go to stack, see if we can get some new armor there. I'd like to replace this helmet. Yeah, I'd say the United Cities probably have the largest population, though, followed by the Western Hive. The Western Hive may beat the United States, to be honest with you, but I don't think they do. I think that the Western Hive probably comes in close second, with the Holy Nation as a third. And then obviously the Shet Kingdom is fucking dead last for major factions in terms of population. I'm sure the Tech Hunters probably exist somewhere between the Shet Kingdom and the Holy Nation. Oh yeah, I gotta replace their armor in this too. They have the Holy Crusader armor. It's just badass. Fogmen, especially if you clear out the Southern Hive, let the Fogmen expand. I mean, yeah. If you look, the Fogmen are infinite, basically. They're everywhere. The Fogmen are definitely very plentiful. Definitely very plentiful. But do you think the Shinobis are going to be able to hold the hub? I mean, so I don't think the Shek have the interest or have the ability to hold the city, even if they were to try to take it again, because they lost it the first time because they couldn't hold it. It was a battle of attrition. They lost. The Holy Nation is afraid of the city, so probably, to be honest with you, they're afraid of it because they think that it's haunted. So probably, I think they'll probably hold it pretty well. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he was asking about the Holy Flame. What do you guys have here? What kind of armors do you have here? Armors and clothing. Get a chain shirt, that'd be cool. Some chainmail up in here. A little better hat. Obviously, they're not going to have this type of armor that I'm using currently, which is unfortunate, but makes sense. It is the Holy Nation. It's not their bag. +2 to melee defense. I should probably go with something that's going to up my defense a little bit better. Martial arts decrease isn't going to hold. Not much of a city left to hold, though. That's true, because the Shek decided that if they couldn't have the city, no one could, and they burned it to the ground. This is a way to go. You know, it's a way to go about it. It is a way to go about it. Chain shirt. That's good. That's good. Probably not one of that quality, though. We can't afford 8,000 cats for chainmail shirt right now. Not in good conscience. Well, standard. God damn you for having decent quality gear. Ugh, there we go. That's a good one. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Wouldn't they be afraid of the hub becoming a highly militarized crime haven like Morn and Mongrel? I mean, not really. Like, despite what some people think, the Holy Nation outlaws and like the escaped Holy Nation servants, like the Holy Nation servants that escape, they're not Holy Nation citizens. They're people that were enslaved at Rebirth. They're people that were prisoners of war, starving bandits that were enslaved. Like they're not Holy Nation citizens fleeing the Holy Nation. They're people that were enslaved at Rebirth or on their way to Rebirth or at mining camps that escaped, right? Like people try to use the Holy Nation outlaws as an example that like the Holy Nation's falling apart from the inside. And while they definitely have issues, they're not really an example of the Holy Nation falling apart or people like leaving the Holy Nation en masse, because they're just escaped slaves. That's all they are. They're people that were enslaved by the Holy Nation to work in the camps, whether they be starving bandits, whether they be, like criminals, stuff like that. They were enslaved and they escaped. They're not citizens of the Holy Nation that fled the Holy Nation. They're not. Which is why like that it's a bad argument that people use to like be like, oh, the Holy Nation's facing internal crisis. They're facing many issues. Internal crisis really isn't a big one right now. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like they're not losing people en masse from the inside the way that like people try to justify with like the Holy Nation outlaws. The Flotsam Ninjas are an issue, but right now they're a small issue. And I've already talked about what I think is gonna happen with them. But like they're a relatively new issue because they're only the byproduct of the current Phoenix. They're not like an issue that's been around for a while. They started recently. But like the Holy Nation Outlaws are not, the escape servants and the Holy Nation Outlaws are not they're not the hemorrhaging citizens. They're not the hemorrhaging citizens of the Holy Nation. They're escaped servants and slaves that were working in labor camps. They were bandits and criminals that were thrown, put to work for the Holy Nation. They're not citizens. They're not an example of a hemorrhaging population. Now, would they be afraid of the Hive becoming a militarized crime haven like more? No, because most of the people that are trying to leave the Holy Nation are not doing so for the purposes of attacking the Holy Nation or, going back and leading a revolution like the Flotsam Ninjas are. Most of them just want to get the fuck out of there. They just want to get out of Dodge. Like, the Holy Nation Outlaws aren't people that are, dramatically interested in taking down the Phoenix or anything like that. They want to leave the Holy. They want to get the hell away from them. They're fleeing them, So I don't think so there. And the other thing is, like, maybe they're worried about the hub being a militarized crime haven, but like they're also terrified that it is haunted. And like, their superstitious fear outweighs that of whatever worries they may have about the hub becoming a crime haven. It is what it is to them. So, that's my thought on that. The insane levels of systemic oppression is a much larger issue within the Holy Nation for its long-term health than an issue with its former citizens who can't threaten in any reasonable way. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. The current citizens are under heavy restrictions and have systemic oppression. And in the long term, that's going to cause a revolt, or, as I said before, that's going to lead many people to end up empathizing with the the Flotsam Ninjas and their calls for reformation, because again, the Flotsam Ninjas actively practice Okrinism. So in the long term, the situation with the Holy Nation is going to, the systemic oppression within the Holy Nation is going to cause more people to empathize with the idea of a reformation of Okrinism. And that's going to cause the Flotsam Ninjas ideology to permeate within the Holy Nation culture. The split will happen, the extremists will be forced out, and a reformation will happen. But that's a long-term situation. It's not an issue that there's a bunch of former citizens and slaves that are trying to flee the nation. The problem is, if the Shinobis, who already are a major faction as a whole, start to conquer cities like the Hub, would it seriously threaten them? The Shinobis have no interest in conquering cities. The Trade Ninjas took the ruins of the city, but they're not actively rebuilding yet. They're living in the ruins. It makes sense for people who identify, and the principle of their entire profession is living in the shadows where people would never see them, to operate out of a ruin. Like, they have no interest in rebuilding the city or anything like that. They operate out of the city. They don't want to like rebuild it and turn it into a haven for their kind. They're interested in staying below the radar and hanging out. Yeah, and I don't think that the Shinobis would. I think even if the Shinobi did manage to like take over the hub and like build it back up and all that stuff, I don't think they'd stand a chance. I don't think they'd stand a chance, reasonably speaking. They'd have to use guerrilla warfare and battles of attrition, but I think the Holy Nation is like, there's too many of them. There's too many. I don't think that the Shinobis would stand a chance. I think that if, because like, here's the thing: the Shek are more resilient, better trained, stronger in battle, and more capable of holding a frontal assault. The Shinobis operate in the shadows, and they attack, using guerrilla mechanics, guerrilla warfare, and hit and run tactics. If the Holy Nation launched a full frontal assault on the hub, if it was, say, hypothetically rebuilt by the Shinobis, they do not have the skill, the infrastructure, the armaments, and the capabilities of taking them down and defending the city. The Shek, who are far stronger, more resilient, have better weapons, and are more designed for frontal combat, couldn't even hold the city long term against the endless battering of assaults by the Holy Nation. The only reason the Holy Nation didn't take it back was because they think it's haunted. It's a superstitious issue, which was smart of them. But if they launched a full frontal assault, they'd be fucked. There's no fucking way. They'd butcher everyone in there. There's no way. The Shinobi would stand no chance. The hub, quite simply, does not have the manpower, regardless of anything, to hold the Holy Nation or the Shek. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah, they frankly just lack the resources and the capabilities to deal with a true assault. The Shinobi thieves are built for guerrilla warfare. They are not built for they're not built for war. Like, you're not seeing, they're not built for straight up war. Look at the Shinobis in Mongrel and Morn. They're the strongest faction guards. They're the stronger than major faction guards. True, but Morn is actively falling apart and is primarily owned by the tech hunters, not by it's primarily owned by the tech hunters and whatnot, not by the trade ninja. Morn is primarily owned by the tech hunters. Aside from that, Mongrel is a different situation. Mongrel is strong, but Mongrel's strong is the byproduct of living in an incredibly hazardous environment that prevents them from going out and fighting anyway. Like, you're not going to see an army leaving Mongrel to fight the Holy Nation, because even if they had the strength to do so, they'd have to fight through hordes of fogmen to even get there, and then they leave all of Mongrel unprotected, and the city would get swarmed and destroyed. Like, Mongrel is strong, but they're not an example of why the Shinobi are potentially dangerous in terms of a large-scale warfare. They're strong situationally because they're surrounded by 360-degree combat in a hazardous enemy-filled environment that forces them to adapt, but they have no ability for long-term warfare. They can't leave Mongrel. They can't, raise an army and go out. So all of their strength is effectively meaningless for anything other than defending Mongrel from the hordes of fogmen. And as for Morn was previously a United Cities town that was attacked by the anti-slavers, and then there was also a slave rebellion, and the tech hunters moved in and like took control of it. But even still, the town is on dead time. The whole town can get wiped out by beak things. Again, they're not. They may be strong, but they're strong because they're surrounded by beak things. They're constantly fighting off hordes of difficult enemies. They are strong for the exact same reasons that Mongrel is, and they're incapable of spreading out and attacking other factions and proving that that strength is worth anything other than defense for the exact same reason that Mongrel is. They are isolated in an incredibly hostile area that forces them to be strong, but also limits their ability to have any influence on the outside world. So, like, the Shinobi can be strong, but they're strong because of, they're strong when they're isolated and they're forced to adapt. That's all. And again, Morn can be completely wiped out by by a pack of Elder Beak things. One or two of them go in, they'll wipe the whole fucking city out. Even though they're strong, they're strong as a byproduct of an environment, but that same reason is why they would never be able to stand against another faction, because if they were to leave that city, they'd lose it. And they also don't have the training or capability to fight in the front lines the way that other factions, like the United Cities and the Holy Nation, they lack the manpower. They have the strength, they lack the manpower, and that strength is also the byproduct of, again, environmental factors. So, I just don't foresee the Shinobi thieves being, or like the Shinobi of any, or the trade ninjas, the Shinobi thieves, any of them being a real long-term problem. The corrupted woman of darkness. Oh shit! Did they come through here with? They came through here with a fucking. That's so funny. That's so funny. The Shinobi and Mongrel are also just small squads of men and women. Again, if the major factions were to come in form, it's just a game of numbers. The best swordsman in the world can only fight so many men before he gets tired and makes a mistake. Pretty much. Exactly. It's unfortunate because I think the Shinobi are a really cool faction, and like I think that they kind of operate independently, and they don't really have any like moral issues. They just kind of like, they're people making the best out of what they can. But I just don't think that they have the chops to stand up to the major factions. They lack the mettle, the grit. They lack the grit required. We're going to take advantage of this situation and start looting some of these baddies. We'll give this to you. You can take those. Gonna make him look like anything, right? Yeah, he's just wearing pants. Just pants. The Holy Nation are Zap Brannigan in this situation. Wave after wave of my own men. That's true. Prepare to witness the tactical brilliance of the great Korvax in action. Now, men, form up on me and hit it till it dies. They're really battering these guys. Oh shit, skeleton too. Slave mongers were dumb shits coming in here. We have sinned, and the Lord of Light has abandoned us to the darkness. I guess. I guess, yeah, whatever floats your fucking goat, I suppose. Alright, so the armor shop here doesn't have what we need. You know what, honestly? I was gonna wait, but no, we're not strong enough. We're not strong enough to do that. I was gonna say maybe we head over to United Cities territory because we can get what we want over there, but I truly don't think that we're strong enough to do that right now. We need to focus. Grab a couple, work up on some bandits and stuff like that. We can, I guess, theoretically, we could dip our toes into the fog, get some. Let's do that. Let's do that. Here's what we're gonna do. I have the fog hunt mod on, so all fogmen drop heads, not just fog princes, and I also have the fogmen, the fogmen expanded mod on, I believe. Double check that one actually. I don't know if I have that on. Fogmen expanded. Elimination. It's Hiver expansion. Okay, so yeah, we have the Fogman, the Hiver expansion mod on. So there's other ones. So if we grab some mercenaries and we go into the Fog Islands, we can get a little bit of training done, and we can also make some money. I don't want to go too deep though into the Fog Islands. We're gonna try to stick to the outer regions, the outer reaches of the Fog Islands. Hire some bodyguards. We're gonna say we'll say 2 days. 2 days. Although I doubt you'll last that long, but we'll get that money back. We'll make that money back. All right, we got a good number of them though. Yeah, there's a good number of them. All right, so we're gonna head over to the bottom end of the Fog Islands. Do you think the tech hunters will eventually join or give military support to one of the major factions? Yeah, I think that the tech hunters are going to be instrumental in the technological advancement of the United Cities when they end their Edo period and enter the Meiji Restoration. But by then, I think they're also going to be working in tandem with the Holy Nation once they've become less extremists and have entered their religious reformation period as well. Once the Crusades or the attacks in Bast are over, they're going to enter, because the ending year of the Crusades was also the same time that the Renaissance occurred, and the Renaissance was an area of huge technological advancement. Science, art, technology, architecture, all that stuff started to move forward and become even more distinguished than it was. During the early medieval era, which was the dark, what was formerly known as the Dark Ages, there was advancement in things like agriculture and stuff, but it wasn't as widespread because of the use of feudal kingdoms, the hard borders, and the more localized power struggles instead of widespread stuff. So technology and infrastructure, well, it did have increases. It wasn't to the same degree as it was during the Renaissance. Also, art and the sciences and stuff like that, just in general, had massive, massive leaps during the Renaissance that didn't occur during that early medieval era. And so I think that the conflict in Bast with the United Cities is the same as the Crusades, right? It's the period of the Crusades. And I think that at the end of that, they're going to enter the Renaissance, and you're going to see the implementation of more technology as, the Holy Nation and Okrinism goes through a bit of a reformation at the hands of the Flotsam Ninjas, preaching a less extreme version of Okrinism. And I think that as that Okrinism begins to spread to the United Cities, after they leave the Edo period and enter the Meiji Restoration, when the shogun, or in this case Longan, loses power and the emperor regains his true authority, Tengu is removed from the throne, and an emperor who is competent gets put on the throne, takes power away from the Traders Guild. They enter the Industrial Revolution with the help of the tech hunters, and the Okrinism spreading into the United Cities leads to a long-term alliance or communication of information and technology between the two of them. And as a byproduct of that, the Holy Nation starts to become more technologically advanced. They go through a Renaissance period. The United Cities begins to enter their Industrial Revolution as they begin to repurpose and reuse tech from the tech hunters, and the tech hunters are the ones that are supplying the whole thing. Which would also fit with the idea of the implementation of Western technology occurring in Japan around the same time. So, and the implementation of Christianity spreading over into Japan as well, which would line up very well with the the Renaissance period of the Holy Nation, because during the same time in actual history, if you look at the dates, during the Renaissance period of medieval Europe, during that period, Christianity began to spread over to Japan as well. What faction do you think will reclaim the region? Like you're talking about Bast? I think ultimately the Holy Nation will lose Bast, and I think that will be the nail in the coffin that leads to the Flotsam Ninjas getting their reformation, because now you have the Phoenix, who has led a holy war into the region of Bast. He's oppressed many of his citizens, increased religious fervor, bred extremism, and pissed off a lot of the members of his society that don't want to speak up, like the women, like the men who don't support that, all of that stuff. And he led them into battle in a holy war that ultimately ends in failure. And I think that will be the catalyst for many of the Holy Nation citizens to start to be like, you know what? I don't think this is right. And they're going to start to identify with the belief system of the Flotsam Ninja, which is Okrinism, but it is a more tolerant Okrinism, and that will cause the Reformation. So I think that the Holy Nation will ultimately lose the conflict in Bast. The United States will reclaim the territory, but that loss in Bast, the loss of the Crusades, will directly lead into the 62nd Lord Phoenix being usurped and the religion going through a reformation. That is my thought on that matter. Bar in here that I can go to? I don't think so. No, just Murray. That is my thought. Hypothetical, what if Emperor Anzai had survived the Red Rebellion? How do you think things would shake out? I don't think Emperor Anzai would have survived the Red Rebellion, simply because I think the Red Rebellion was set up deliberately by the Traitors Guild to usurp Anzai, to put an idiot on the throne so Long could take power. I think that the Red Rebellion was a very strategic coup on behalf of Longan, the Traitors Guild, and the nobles that followed Longan, to take Anzai, who was a more competent leader, off of the throne so they could put an idiot in charge, and the shogunate, or Longan, could take control. Now, I think that if Anzai had survived, Longan wouldn't be in control. But that was what caused the United Cities to enter their Edo period, was the death of Anzai. So I think that Anzai was probably a more competent leader, and he was in the way of Longan having total control. And with Anzai gone, Longan establishes firm control over the infrastructure, the trade, and the military, and uses his connections with the nobles, and uses Tengu as a figurehead so he can take everything back. I think that the Red Rebellion was not a byproduct of famine and bad response to bandits on the road. And the nobles being greedy. I think instead it was a calculated coup on behalf of Longan to do two things. I think two things happened. I think Anzai was killed as a byproduct of the coup to get him off of the throne, so Longan could put an idiot on the throne. And I think that the nobles that were killed during the endeavor, because remember, the nobles were hoarding goods, I think the nobles that were killed during the endeavor were the ones that supported Anzai. I think that in one foul swoop, Longan orchestrated the removal of all of his opposition in the form of the emperor that would have stopped him, and the nobles that supported that emperor, and then put an idiot on the throne, used his network to take total control, and has been in control ever since. Longan is literally the shogun. He is, in fact, the shogunate. So that would be my thought on that. This Fogman's name is Ruben, apparently. His name is Ruben. We're going to send our boys after him. Though I don't know if we're fast enough. We may have to settle for the stragglers. You guys. All right, so we'll settle for the heavies. All right, cool. We'll send the mercenaries after them. Love it. We're here for their heads. So Interesting. So Longan is the real power directing Igor then. I've never understood what motivates him. Yeah, I mean, Longan controls everything. Longan controls everything. You know, I have a video coming out very soon that kind of goes through all of the details and stuff. But every major conflict that's occurred on Kenshi in the recent history, the Traders Guild has been behind. They've backed every side. Even the conflict in Bast, you can argue that they backed it. They instigated it. There's evidence in game to suggest that they instigated it. They have a vested interest in keeping the war between the Shek and the Holy Nation together because they're supplying weapons and armor to both. They're supplying weapons to both sides. And they are pissed off that their revenue has gone down since Asada took over because there's no longer a war happening between the Shek and the Holy Nation. And so their weapon sales have gone down. There's dialogue to talk about how their weapon sales have gone down. They have a vested interest in every conflict. The Shek versus the Holy Nation. They have a vested interest in the Holy Nation versus the United Cities. They have a vested interest in... They had a net gain as a result of the Red Rebellion. Like, Longan controls everything. Longan is I have a video coming about it soon, so this is kind of me spoiling it a bit, but Longan is quite literally the real enemy of Kenshi. Like I talked about, I have a video coming out soon called The Real Villain of Kenshi. It's Longan. It's Longan. They have a vested interest in the war between the rebels and the United Cities. They have a vested interest in every major conflict that goes on. He'll still have to surpass the Western Hive in profits and influence. I mean, I wouldn't say the Western Hive has influence per se. I'd say they have good profits. They do have a high amount of trade that they do, and they do have they're able to go to most cities across Kenshi and trade pretty freely. But I wouldn't say they have the same influence that the Traders Guild do. I think that the Western Hive is good in the sense that they make a lot of money because they have so much trade happening, but they don't have the kind of influence that the Traders Guild do. The Traders Guild is politically influential across the map. The Western Hive is capable of traveling across the map and trading widespread, but the Traders Guild specifically has political influence across every faction in some capacity, and a vested interest in every major conflict happening on Kenshi. Longan is the villain of Kenshi. It's not Catlan. It's not the Holy Nation. It's not the Shek Kingdom. It's not even the United Cities. It's Longan. Longan is easily the villain of Kenshi. Yeah. Yep. It's always the politicians. It's always the politicians that have their hand in business. Right? Being a politician isn't inherently bad. Being a politician and a businessman is inherently bad. You can't be both. Because if you're a politician and a businessman, you have a vested interest in profit, and the profit's going to end up in your pocket. Longan is a businessman and a politician who has skin in the game. And that's a dangerous combination. He actively he's trying to kill Stonefist. Yeah. Dude, he's just Longan's. Dude, he's the worst. He's the fucking worst. Again, Longan's the real villain of Kenshi. I have no doubt. If I had to point the finger at anyone for being the single worst person on Kenshi, the one person that needs to go before all else, it's Longan. Each one of these heads, I believe, will net us 1,200 a pop. We're going to start collecting these boys right up. Yes, we are. We'll collect all your skulls. That's what we're going to do. Give me your brains. Give me your brains. I'm going to cut your head off and give me the brains. Gotta collect them heads. That's what I'm saying. And Toji might get to up his attack skill a little bit as we go. But the main thing here is that each one of these heads sell for 1,200 a pop. So... skulls for the profit throne. That's right. That's right. We gonna make that money, money, money. But we need bounty hunters to do this because we are not capable of surviving in the fogs by ourselves right now. Not even close. Grab that one, right? Yeah, they're dead. Okay. I was just playing Warhammer, actually. Blood for the Blood God! Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. I'm absolutely stoked for Total Warhammer, Space, like Total Warhammer 40k. I mean, I hope it's good. I hope it's good. I hope they don't bungle it. I'll be so mad. I hope they don't bungle it. Do you think Longin will interfere in the possible reformation of Okranism? No, because I think that when the reformation of Okranism happens, he's going to see it as an opportunity for more trade, to expand his trade network. He's a war profiteer, but I think that he will profit off of the. I think in the shadows he'll side with the extremists, and he'll also supply weapons to both the reformationists and the extremists. So he'll profit on it. When the reformationists win, I think around that same time is when Longin's going to get dethroned. The Traders Guild will go away, or will lose power, and a new emperor will take the throne. And that emperor won't be a fucking brain-dead idiot. We grab that head. Did we grab this one? We did not. So, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. We got like 10,000 cats right there. Just from that little scuffle. How are we doing health-wise? We could probably do one more scuffles. One more scufflage before we get into dangerous territory. Point will outline that if the Holy Nation stops existing via the player waging war, then the Shek becomes a far more difficult war to profit off of. And that it isn't in the interest of the Traders Guild, which I can translate to especially not Longin's interest. Yeah, because Longin controls everything. Longin's the Shogun, as I said before. He is the Shogunate. He's the big problem. Longin is the real villain of Kenshi. That video should be coming out sometime in the next week or so, where I'll be going through all of that and detailing all the situation with that. But yeah, Longin's the big problem. He needs to be removed. The Traders Guild needs to lose authority, and the Emperor needs to take back Imperial authority. Because right now it's a fucking mess. Funny enough, a noble in the UC just pissed off my Amazon, so I guess I'm gonna have to pay Longin a visit in the near future. Hell yeah, dude, take him down. Put him down. Fucking guy. What's happening here? Triangle bandits? Yeah, triangle bandits. Fuck out of here. You don't talk shit to him. It's so funny. Eyes sharp, lads. One wrong step and the sands will swallow us whole. Indeed. Indeed. If we don't kill him outright, I might feed him to the beakers we sailed and got. That's what I did. Feed his ass to the beakers. Fuck him. Oh, okay, we got a bit of a conflict brewing right now between the Fogmen and the Holy Nation and the mercenaries. Got a bit of a conflict brewing. Apparently we're working with them for right now. How do you think the cannibals managed to destroy Dead Cat's main city if the cannibals are here since the second empire, not the first? And Dead Cat should be able to fend them off easily with how old they are. Well, so the cannibals have been around since the second empire, and Dead Cat happened around the second empire. So it's reasonable to assume that the city of Dead Cat that was founded in the north was also a city that was founded around the tail end of the Second Empire or just afterwards, and they probably existed for a little while before being overrun by cannibals, because the cannibal threat, it didn't start out as like a massive, like they didn't have a huge population of cannibals. It progressively got worse and worse. I wouldn't be surprised if Dead Cat was ground zero where the cannibals first emerged during the Second Empire. Yeah, so, but the cannibals have been around since the Second Empire. And Dead Cat was a faction that had seceded from the Empire, and mind you, many cities were seceding from the Empire. The Second Empire didn't fall apart, dramatically. It fell apart over decades, over years and years. It was a slow, gradual decline of cities declaring independence and saying that they weren't going to listen to Catalan anymore because he was a tyrannical dictator and a tyrant. So with all of that being said, it's not unreasonable to think that some cities had seceded from the empire maybe just prior to the cannibal campaigns, because we don't know when we don't know the order of events of like when the Holy Nation Exodus happened in comparison to the cannibals, in comparison to all the others. Like there's a lot of we don't know the order of events. We know the things that happened during the Second Empire. We don't know when they happened or the order they happened in, per se. So there's a good chance that cities had started seceding from the empire and whatnot prior to the cannibals emerging, and that could be one of the reasons that the hydraulic knights took a primarily defensive position against the cannibals. They weren't actively going out and hunting them. I talked about this pretty much at length during the last podcast episode with Pato. They weren't going out hunting cannibals. They weren't on the offensive. They took a defensive position. They quarantined the Northwest. And that's evidenced by the ruins, where the Second Empire ruins are, where the Second Empire ruins, like military ruins are, and all that kind of stuff. Like it's very clear they took a defensive position. They quarantined the area, and it could be because that city had seceded from the empire and then fell victim to the cannibal outbreak, because they secede from the empire. The empire says, fine, you're not part of us. We're going to build borders around our territory. You're not able to come to our territory because you're not part of us. And then the cannibalism started. They started to degrade due to tainted crops and all that stuff. And they were locked in effectively because they had set up hard boundaries between Dead Cat and the Second Empire. The faction that had rejected Catalan's rule and the Second Empire, and everything kind of blew out of proportion from there. So, but it's hard to say because we don't know the exact timeline of when these things occurred. Hard to say. We just know that, again, the cannibals showed up during the Second Empire. Dead Cat is presumably a faction that had seceded from the Second Empire and was anti-Catalan. Dead Cat could have been Ground Zero, for all we know. Dead Cat could have very well been Ground Zero. So one way or the other, they underestimated the cannibal threat or suffered a military loss and wasn't able to keep their population low. I think they took a defensive position and they didn't actively go into cannibal territory hunting them down. Instead, they kept them from spreading. And so the cannibals were effectively free to build their numbers via, reproduction and all that stuff. And their population continued to grow. I don't think that the Hydraulic Knights lost per se. I think that they never actively tried to wipe out the cannibals. Instead, the only goal was to keep them out of the Second Empire territory. That's it. And so the cannibals that weren't on the front line, trying to expand, didn't die. And they just kept growing in number. I don't think it was as simple as like there was a military loss or anything like that. I think that the Second Empire, the area of the north, the area of the Northwest that had seceded from the empire was no longer part of the empire. So there was a vested interest in not going over there because they weren't part of the empire anymore. So they locked them in. They were on a purely defensive, the Second Empire had taken a purely defensive standpoint. So they weren't trying to go out and eradicate the cannibals. They were trying to keep them from getting into the Second Empire territories. And it's not that they underestimated the cannibal threat. It's that they didn't understand what was going on, why they had turned. They didn't know that the crops that were being grown up in that territory were tainted. They didn't know why the humans had devolved. They didn't know why they had seceded. They didn't understand any of that stuff. So the Hydraulic Knights were like, we're going to take a purely defensive position. We're going to round out, quarantine off this whole territory. Nobody gets through. So the Hydraulic Knights failed to eradicate the cannibals because they weren't trying to eradicate them. They were just holding the line, keeping them out of the Second Empire's territory. And at the same time, the cannibals were allowed to propagate in that territory, which is why I think they still persist even to this day, because there's no reason whatsoever that the Hydraulic Knights should not have been able to wipe them out. There's no reason they shouldn't have been able to wipe them out. Highly trained skeletons versus squishy, angry humans, there's no fucking way. They should have wiped them off the face of the map. They didn't. And I think it's a byproduct of that they weren't trying to. They were just trying to hold the line, keep them out of the Second Empire territory. That's it. They didn't care about eradicating them. They just didn't want to have them go into their lands. That's all. Hadrian Wall style, exactly. Ares, you run back over here. Proper kiting, proper kiting. Dodging blows. Shit, we're taking a couple. All right. Reinforcements are coming. Whew. Ooh, this is going to be a rough one. Okay, reinforcements are there. Whew. Catlon saw this as an opportunity to weaken their enemies. Yeah, but the dead cat probably managed to hold for a long time, considering their fall seems recent. I mean, their yeah, like their fall, the fall of Dead Cat as a city seems relatively recent, but we also have it's hard to kind of gauge the ruins themselves because there's a lot of ruins of like Second Empire, cities and stuff like that that are in the same general condition. And the other thing is that we don't know if the cannibals have been living there for a very long time, and they could just be like that could just be their capital for, we don't know how long it's been their capital. Like they could have been living in those ruins for a super long time. It could have been that they weren't originally ruins, and over the last 1,000 years, 1,000+ years, they've decayed. But the cannibals they're degenerated idiots. They're degenerated, inbred, fucking iron-brained morons that have been tainted by not only tainted crops affecting their genes and causing them to have heavy metal poisoning and symptoms of heavy metal poisoning originally, but also they've been eating brains and shit, which means they have prion diseases, which affect you on a genetic level and infect your offspring on a genetic level. So they're literally genetically degraded human beings that are stupid. They're effectively inbred. Like they're genetically damaged inbred human beings. And as a byproduct of that, they don't understand infrastructure in that way. They use fucking like tents and they have effigies and they have a basic understanding of infrastructure, but they're not building buildings. Not building buildings, they're building scrap houses and shit out of the ruins. So as the buildings fell apart over, however time, they probably just kept living in them, They have their priorities. They know their priorities. Gotta heal up that leg. So you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have Eris come over and pick him up if he can. Holy Nation will hold it. We should be fine. Make it Frankie proud by kiting correctly. Thank you, thank you. Frankie is my boy. Flap his nub. I don't know why that makes me giggle, but it really makes me giggle. Flapping his nub around. It's funny. That was a tough one. We took a serious beating that time. That was close. We almost did not walk out of that one. How much are these guys' heads worth? I think it's like 600. 300. Yeah, we can take them. They add up. 300 here, 300 there. That adds up. It adds up. Nice. We'll make some good money off this. This will be good. It was a tough trip, but it's not a wasted trip. We will make some solid cash off this. Easily like 15,000 cats. Minimum. 300 300 a pop, and we wouldn't have if we didn't have. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We're making good gains here. Again, we're gonna make easily 15,000 cats. So it's a win. It's a win. I'm also thinking about the untouched empty chair near their last city and how the notes talk about cannibals like a normal and harmless threat. Meaning cannibals have only become a threat recently. I'd have to see it, see what to like discuss. I don't. Hold on. I'm thinking about the untouched empty city near their last city. Well, no, I think that's a particular issue of you're talking about the ghost town. I think that's just an idiot because the notes that are in there paint the picture of an idiot who set up a town in the fucking cannibal plains. Because the cannibal hunters are an established group, very well established group, and I think that the ghost town that was set up, the implication is that they set up a town in an area that nobody else was at, and they were like, "Oh, look, it's prime real estate. We're so fucking smart. We're gonna make a mega city. It's gonna be great." And the reason why like no one's there is because it's the cannibal plains. Like I think the ghost town is the byproduct of someone being stupid, less than the cannibals being like a harmless threat. I think it's an idiot. In there and we'll heal up. Toji, you did good. You did good. Honestly, we're not doing bad in terms of stats. 31 defense, 22 attack. Obviously, our strength is shit, but that's, you know, it is what it is. There's only so much we can do with that. Toughness 33. Yeah, we're making progress. Set up a town in cannibal territories and undefended. Went to sleep one night and they got raided, and every single one of them was dragged off the night to die horribly. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. The notes also keep talking about how like every night somebody would disappear, and they're like, I wonder what happened. Like, you know, they must have ran off. They went off to go get food and they haven't come back. Like the idea, it's painting a very clear picture of someone who's a fucking idiot. Feels right about what idiots would do by underestimating the cannibals. Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much. They were just a bunch of morons that set up where they went to a place they shouldn't have been. And they thought that they had like a big brain idea, like, why is no one set up here before? I'm probably the first one to ever think to do it because I'm so fucking smart, hardy. And then they all got eaten because everyone else was smart enough to know there's a reason that nobody sets up there. It's because there's people they fucking eat people. But this guy thought he had a big brain moment. Wasn't having a big brain moment. Hospital, I could use a hospital. Toji's got a couple ouchies. He's a Holy Nation guy named Samurai. Interesting. His name is Samurai. He's not a samurai. He's a Holy Nation guy named Samurai. That's funny. That's funny. Like a splint kit. I could use that. Splint my ingies. Now we can at least move normally. Take this opportunity. We'll head back to actually, you know what? We could probably just go to the capital at this point. Hello, Holy Brother. My name is Samurai. No relations to the Samurai. And I'll be your doctor today. Just go full Uncle Ruckus on him. My name is Samurai. No relation. No relation. All right, we're going to head up to the capital. And then I think once we get to Blister Hill, I'm going to end up, I'm going to do my shopping and stuff. Got a little bit of shopping to do, and I think that's going to be the thing. You gotta say a Holy Nation guy named Samurai. Oh, you gotta say the entire thing. A Holy Nation guy named Samurai, and you must include the Holy Nation guy named part. I am a pimp named Slipback, and yes, you must include the pimp named part. Dude, a pimp named Slipback is probably one of my favorite characters from that show. My God, let me tell you. Dude, a pimp named Slipback was the goat. The goat of the Boondocks. My God. So fucking funny. Him and Thugnificent. Oh my God. Behold my thugnificence. Breathe it in. Bask in it. So funny. So fucking funny. All right, we are almost to Blister Hill. We're gonna go in there, do a little bit of shopping, drop off some stuff. We got a good amount of cats that we can use, that we have on us. Heal up Toji, and then we should be good. And I think we're gonna continue our journey. I think we're gonna move since we're friendly with everyone at this point. We should be able to just cut straight through to United Cities territory. We'll just cut right through. We're gonna find more bounties over there. We're gonna find not only are we gonna find more bounties, but we're gonna find better trade, better armor, more room for negotiation and all that stuff. We're gonna use the deserts as a way to build up Toji's skills, make him more cunning, more capable, and we'll go from there. We'll also probably be able to barter a little bit easier with some of the bounties with the samurai. The Shek aren't gonna fucking negotiate with us, and neither are the Holy Nation for bounties. Admittedly, they're too bound, man. Too wound up in rhetoric and warrior ethos to negotiate on bounties. Oh no, we crashed. Shit. Well, that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I was gonna finish it up there anyway. We'll take wherever it auto-saved. It should have auto-saved recently. It's all good. What a time. That's the universe telling me to go fuck to sleep. That's what that is. Oy vey. All right, guys. Well, I do hope you guys have enjoyed this first episode of One-Armed Toji, our newest series. Yeah, it's been fun. It's been a good time. I think it's gonna be a good one. I feel good about it. I feel confident in it. It's gonna be a solid time. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. And the day, well, probably I don't know about the day after. I think I might have D&D on Tuesday. Double check on that. Either way, I'll see you guys tomorrow at the very least. And then I might be taking Tuesday off. I'm not certain. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're going to be doing the next episode of One-Armed Toji. And yeah, it's been fun. Bring your guys questions. If you have any lore questions, anything like that, let me know. Bring them to the stream. Always happy to answer them. Half of these streams are, Q&As. Love talking about the lore. Love bounty hunting. Yeah. So, as always, guys, use your powers for good instead of evil. Make a difference in somebody's life. And I will see you tomorrow for the next episode of One-Armed Toji.